Hey, what's up, everyone? How's it going? Welcome to the pub. All right, here we go. So, we looks like we have 0 viewers, but I see Georgie there. How you doing, George, my man? Hey, 7 viewers. All right, cool. Up to 7. Yeah, so this is the first week of the clocks set spring ahead here in the States. So the guys in the UK and Europe are, it's 10 o'clock there, so they probably don't even realize I'm live because a lot of them don't follow me on Twitter, so they wouldn't know that, which is cool. No biggie. This has happened before, and it was somewhat expected, but, whatever. They're voting, they're going to put it up over here to make it daylight savings permanently in the United States, which is going to be, if it passes, I think it's going to be a gigantic shit show personally, but people seem to like the idea, so I just don't think it's going to work great with schools. And it's been suggested, well, just have the kids start later. Suppose that's easy enough, but it's town by town. Each town starts at a different time, so see how that works out, Yeah, what are you going to do, right? 40 years ago, I believe today, lost one of my favorite guitar players on the planet. That would be Mr. Randy Rhoads. I'm sure he's, well, I don't know what happens to people when they die, so I just love the music he made, so that's that. Downright brilliant. I hear you, man. Ah, that's good. A little rum and water. Can't beat it. Let's see if I can scrounge up the dudes. If anyone, I don't know if people realize that I'm even live right now. Probably not. But can just let it roll. It's fine. Fuck it. Hey, Lee Howells, what's up, brother? And Sammy Cat, how you doing? Oh, cool, Lee. Love to have you. Probably putting the kids to bed and chilling out over there. Backstage Boxing, how are you, my man? Good to see you. Thanks for coming, or thanks for clicking. Rolled up a few joints. That brings up a good point. Should I have started it at 7? I don't know. I think we're good. Doesn't matter. We rolling now. Rolling. Use these little tiny scissors here to trim off a little paper on the end. New technique. I like it. A little more of an efficient joint. Total utter nutter. Yeah, I know. Definitely, dude. For sure. Yeah, you guys don't go until the last Sunday of the month, which would be, I believe, a week from tomorrow. So that means you'll be behind us for two Saturdays, which is today's the 19th. Yeah, and happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. Belated. As well as another holiday we celebrate here in the Commonwealth. It is called Evacuation Day. So happy Evacuation Day. I believe it was around 1776. George Washington and the fellas set up an armament at Dorchester Heights, and the British had occupied Boston and I believe Cambridge at the time. I want to say it was General Howe, but don't quote me on that. And the British general basically had a decision to make to basically have a massive battle, and without any possible, obviously, no reinforcements on his side. On this side, people were basically fighting, for what they called their freedom, of course. And we had the Minutemen, farmers and such, who would grab their musket at a minute's notice. And in the old story of Paul Revere warned people that the British were coming because they had a light at the top of the old church in maybe near Faneuil Hall in Boston. And when he saw the light, he knew that he had to warn people that the British are coming, the redcoats. And anyways, back to Evacuation Day. The British general decided, in the better interest of the crown and of his men, that they would retreat to Nova Scotia. So the British soldiers evacuated the city. Hey, Random Goon, how you doing, bro? And that was it. That was a pivotal point for early victory for the revolution. I think it would have been too hard, obviously, to manage. Just too far. But obviously, the British, back in the day, their shores did not end in the UK. They extended around the world. All right, gaining weight. That's funny. Good for you, Backstage Boxing. If that was a decision you felt was the best thing for you in your life, I think that that's a great thing, man. So good luck with it and keep it up. Live your life, as they say. I don't think you're fat, Random Goon. The sun never sets on the British Empire. That's right. It's always sun in the sky in some place that Britain was colonized. Those days are long gone, though. But I do love the UK. I don't have anything against it. I have a UK roots. I have Irish roots. Bit of a half-breed with some other wacky shit mixed in. Yeah, exactly. Boxing, good men. Obviously, I smoke about between 6 and 10 joints a night. And tonight I will drink some rum and some beer. Cool, Tesla. Someone tried to sell you an 8-ball of China White cocaine. That's got to be interesting. An 8-ball would be an eighth, 3.5 grams. Used to go for around 150 when I was a young man. The planets, yeah, right, exactly. Space Force. Irish roots, cool. Wonder where you are backstage. Oh, geez, it was meth. Give, not sell. Yikes. That's a lot of value right there, dude. But that shit's dirty. All of it is. Anything that's chemicals processed, I don't like. And I never really did. It's a dirty road. It's a dangerous road people go down. And die, I have sympathy for addicts who get themselves in trouble, but it all comes down to the fact that it's something that you choose or choose not to initially. Hey, look at that. It's aphid. And he making kind of a goofball statement. I pass gas on grass. Gas, ass, or grass. Nobody rides for free. That was a good one from the 70s. And obviously that would be for female hitchhikers, unless you were into the other side there, which is, there's nothing wrong with that, I guess. Yeah, it's funny, Tesla rocks. People are saying it's hard to find skunky weed these days. A lot of it's fruity and smells like cookies and fucking Girl Scout cookies and all kinds of craziness. But Walt Whitman over here, random goon, getting poetic about. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Total utter nutter. I'd like to. I'd like to hear your explanation for that. I guess I'm assuming you're standing with Russia. I guess if that would be the opposite of not of either standing with one or the other, or you can explain more if you want to clarify it, or join in as always. We're going to be open. Ah, yes, sugar. Sugar's easy to give into, man. But you don't drink, so you're not like having to worry about that. That is what's his name? Michael Richards. Who's Marcus Rashford? Muslim bashing. Oh, Elmo. Oh, yeah, that's Elmo up there next to the lemonade. And over my other shoulder is Cosmo Kramer, aka Michael Richards from Seinfeld. Hey, another couple Twitch guys. Cool. Borat is very nice. Yes. Yeah, Michael Richards. And I love Borat. I loved that first movie. Hunter and Joe, and on top, they're interested in getting them to join NATO to sell weapons, okay? Interesting, okay, total utter nutter. Can you then why so who instigated the attack or who the invasion? Oh, cool. Footballer. Have you ever get subscribes? I'm not sure what that is, man. Do I ever get subscribers? Sure. Walt Whitman. Tough read. Blades of grass, right? Or blade of grass? Leaves of grass. I can't even remember. It's been a while. I was reading today about a feller, a Scottish guy, Scottish footballer. Ronaldo, he's fucking sick, man. Awesome talent. Unbelievable talent. Like, I don't know, amazing. I love all those super high end soccer players. Ronaldo, Rivaldo, Ronaldinho. Messi, I haven't seen as much of, but the Brazilians are really fun and fancy with their footwork. They're a bunch of fancy footwork, fun having fuckers, those Brazilian bastards. And they play a mean game, man. Anyways, back to the story. This Scottish footballer who was maybe the only one ever who was put in jail for he headbutted a guy on the pitch. I read all about that today. I don't know. I went down a wormhole with something soccer related, and it led to him. Pretty cool dude though. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, you saw that too, George. The headbutt. I mean, the dude definitely headbutted a guy on the field, but it was pretty tame by the standards of headbutts that I've seen. Usually, they result in a smashed nose, broken, and whatnot. What's my thoughts on George Michael? Well, Duncan Ferguson. That's it, dude. Well, I guess it would be nice. I'm not going to play George Michael. Yeah, the laptop was real. I don't know who. I never doubted it. I mean, they were. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to deny it was fishy having. The dude was getting paid like $400,000 a year by some oil company in the Ukraine that he really didn't have any experience with that sort of industry. So clearly there's some connections there. I guess it comes down to me. I don't like to see children hurt, harmed, and innocent people, which it does seem to be. That seems to be a really bad outcome here that these people are fucking. Oh yeah, Zinedine Zidane. I remember that. That was in the. Was it in the World Cup? I think it was. That was awesome. Yeah, I remember that one. Blackberry Smoke, very cool band. I don't, but I've heard them, and they are cool. Throwback to the 70s, like Grand Funk Railroad, a little bit of Skynyrd in there. Also with kind of a Black Sabbath feel on the same side. Very cool. And they're named after a good type of ganja, so I love it. Do you like this? Do you like Status Quo, Sultans of King? I'm guessing that's something I don't know what it is, really. Are you talking about Sultans of Swing by Dire Straits? No, I don't think so. I'm not sure what that is, Blind Fury, unless it was the most gigantic typo ever, and you actually were trying to write Sultans of Swing. Dire Straight, Sultans of Swing, dude. Yeah, not Sultans of King. Unless I'm missing something, but yeah, I love Sultans of Swing. Great tune. Facebook. Good for a few things. Mainly catching up with other people and when they post pictures of their cute kids and you get to, see that sort of thing. People you were friends with when you're younger who get older and have a family and that's what I like it for. You get to see your old buddies, and fuck any other use for it. Well, you know what? There are some pretty informative groups. I belong to some fishing groups on there. And there's a lot of shit talkers, but if you read between the lines, you can find some good information about what's hot, where the fish are biting, whatever. Oh, cool. No kidding. Laptop concerts. Damn. Yeah, Lively certainly is missed. And there's really no other community online like it. There was a website called Leaked Reality, but that one seems to have shit the bed. They got some donations, and then I don't know. There was too many openly racist people on that, and I think that was the downfall of it. You can't. But they also didn't want a censorship at all, which I really do appreciate the lack of censorship. But I think, as you're saying right there, Tesla, freedom of speech. If it's not the right speech, they don't want it. Hell to the no. But yeah, good old Live Leak sucks. It could never exist as it did now. Things are just different, I guess, you know. Hey, Brian Goldstein. We just hang out and talk shit, Brian. Cool. I'm glad to see YouTube sent you here. We just drink. People join in, and some people drink, some people don't. I smoke some cannabis. We talk about the world, whatever people want to talk. The link is in the description if you want. You're welcome to join in anytime, Brian. It's just kind of a place that we hang out, and yeah, there you go. Put the link right in there if you want, man. Yeah, and we're getting to that point where I usually start letting people in. I was going to play a song, but I can wait on that. A song can happen at any time or not. And real quick, I do want to mention last night another great show by Random Goon on Twitch. He does a fabulous guitarsmith show, and he takes requests, and it was a lot of fun. Had a little chat with him after too, and that was nice too. Good guy. A lot of fun there. Join in the party sometime. Any of you guys can head on over there. TV watchdog. No kidding. How the hell do they must have some kind of a filter. Play a song. All right, English bottle cap. I shall play a song, and then we'll get things rolling here. Okay. This one, guys, a lot of people haven't heard of, so we'll give it a try. Well, my name's Johnny Pettymore, same as my daddy and my daddy before. You hardly ever saw Granddaddy around here. He only came to town about twice a year. He'd buy 100 pounds of yeast and some copper line, and everybody knew that he made moonshine. Now the revenue man wanted Granddaddy bad, heading up the holler with everything he had. It's before my time, but I've been told he never came back from Copperhead Road. My daddy ran whiskey in a big black Dodge. He bought it at an auction at the Mason's Lodge. Johnson County Sheriff painted on the side. Just a shot coat of primer, then he looked inside. Well, him and my uncle tore that engine down, and I still remember that rumbling sound. Well, the sheriff came round in the middle of the night, heard mama crying, saying something wasn't right. Headed on to Knoxville with the weekly load. You could smell the whiskey burning down on Copperhead Road. All right. Little moonshine song. Great tune by Steve Earle. No, not Stairway. I can play. Can I play Stairway without getting canceled? I don't know, dude. I can play that one perfectly. Like, it's a lot different from what most people think how to play it. But I don't think I can play Stairway. I might get the whole shit fucking... Got a new hat. I think it fits well. Another new hat. When you're at a store, you see a hat. If it fits, a guy like me, hair, big head, big forehead, sloping. You got to buy the fucking thing when you come across it. Most hats sit way up high up here. I look like a fucking... I can't say it, but I look special, if you know what I mean. All right. Hey, Cypher.
Hey, I was liking that description.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty funny. I was thinking of Swedes. The Swedes have the sloping heads.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. The Norwegians are quite opinionated, I hear.
Yeah.
I put up that bear cub thing. I don't know if you saw that or if anybody saw that, but that guy got me laughing so many times. He was on Live Leak. A guy named Bear Cub.
I recognize the name for sure.
Yeah, I don't know if he did those cartoons, those strip faces of the United States,
Mhm.
but I've always laughed at them, and I put them up on the Discord channel. So
Cool.
very, very funny.
I'll check that out for
You
sure.
want to look down channel? Look at the Mangrove Forest in the channel.
Sure, it's always
Down
nice.
there. Now that we got the what do you call it? Daylight savings.
There you go.
You can start seeing stuff.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Out to I guess it would be the left of the screen, underneath, the span of the bridge is the Mangrove Forest, and
Sure.
they go down about 4 or 5 miles along with the channel. It's just, for a few years, I never even thought about it as being a forest.
Oh, yeah.
If you look at, I don't know if you can see it. Let's see if I can catch it and have the adjustment. I don't think it's going to adjust to the sunlight.
No, we could see it briefly though.
Yeah, there's an island there that for about the first 6 or 7 years that I lived here, it wasn't an island. It was just this. It was not an island, and I'm having trouble get this thing mounted back. There we go. And it was just this sand spit of a disappearing sand island that would go away and come back. And then over the years, it slowly but surely developed into a full, grass, foliage island.
Mm.
And, it's totally changed, the nature of the channel over to the far side of the Indian River.
Mm.
Pretty interesting, the way it's happened. He's like, wow.
Yeah.
There's a huge amount of change, that occurred. Anyway.
Yes, those things do a lot too for blocking storm surge from hurricanes. Like, you gotta have that barrier vegetation for sure. When man starts fucking that shit up, it can go really haywire because the water can just come right through. It's scary.
There were some what do you call it when these guys do all their stuff with the with the measuring of elevations and distances and such on land, surveying.
Yep.
And all this surveying of the coastal waterways all the way down to the end of South America ended up about 5, 6 years ago. They started developing huge amounts of extra acreage, along with, when satellites were showing these, what they thought were magnolia forest was actually solid land underneath, the where they were thinking that there was tidal action.
Huh.
So that increased the count of the acreage along the coastal boundaries down
Hmm.
in the south areas
Sure.
of this country and further south.
Right.
I
Yeah.
think.
So yeah, this Tesla's saying state of Arizona doesn't have daylight savings time. Okay.
How
I
dare
knew
they?
that. So does that mean they stay in the wintertime year round? I guess that must be what it means, right? Because the new bill is going to put us in this time for the year round, which is so essentially what they're deciding to do is saying, like, we like it better when time is off by an hour, so we're just going to go ahead and change it. Like,
I've heard it working both ways, but I I have no idea how it's going to happen, how it's going to go down. I know that I guess the Senate passed it, but I don't think the House has yet.
correct.
That sound right? Yeah.
And then Biden has to sign off as well, and
Yeah.
as
Yeah.
long as there's a dish of ice cream next to it, he'll sign anything.
Gotta have butterscotch in it though.
Yeah, but yeah. So do you remember 1974? Apparently, they did this for a year back then, and it
I
did. It was not successful, and they went back to daylight
I
savings.
remember 1974, but I don't remember this happening.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, theoretically, on the day or two that that you wouldn't change, you might notice it, but after a week, it's like whatever.
Really.
It's
I don't
not a
remember much. To be fair, I don't remember much in 1974.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So,
My memory got good after I quit drinking in 1977, but I was pretty messed up for a few years there,
no kidding, huh?
for what that's worth. Yeah.
Interesting.
Hello, Alan Reader. I wonder where Live Leak is. I mean, Live Leak. Fuck. What am I trying to say? Last Dance. Wonder where Last Dance is.
He said he'd be late. He
Oh, okay.
on Twitter he mentioned that, so
All right. Good.
he'll be along.
Better late than never.
Exactly.
Ham Shack. What's Ham Shack Hotline?
I don't know. Maybe it's a show we're all missing.
Yep.
But
Alan's got the hot goods on it.
very nice. Hey, have you ever checked out Goon on Friday night?
I
On
used to
Twitch?
check him out a whole lot, but there are a few entities there that I do not want to have any online time with. So sorry, Mr. Goon, you lost me there because of some of your ill gotten company.
Understood.
Sir? Yeah,
Understood.
he's the greatest though. He's the best.
Yeah, seems like a
He is
good guy.
He's a good guy.
Maybe I'll get that if I ever get my shit together and set up my electric guitar. I'd love to get that game and it looks so much fun, like
At the times I was there, I mean, it was fun, and I mean, I made some donations to him and all that good stuff. I mean, he's a good guy. He is a good guy.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, we don't need to go, where we don't need to go.
Understood.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Alan's a ham radio guy. That's what it is. All right, right. And what was his call? He had a series of numbers, I guess.
Gooshmoose?
Something like that, right?
No, smart guy. That's what he is. Smart guy.
Smokey, you got the Bandit, Snowman, whatever else. All my lingo comes from Cannonball Run.
That's right.
Or Smokey and the Bandit. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, man.
The 70s. You probably, I mean, did everyone have a fucking CB in their car back in the day? There it is.
We had, on the beach patrol, we had walkie talkies. It was funny. We were almost all the tower guards that, were in the center section were college students. And we had this one guy get on CB, and while we were on our little walkie-talkies, he had a CB radio, and he said, "Oh, come on back," kind of just exactly like you would think a breaker kind of a talking would be. And this guy was as country as could be. And next thing you know, we got this guy, rolling up the beach at 10 miles an hour, and I mean, he was just the most classic, countrified CB user you can imagine. And both myself and the other guard who had been on the high school swim team with me for like about I guess I was 1 year ahead of him, 2 years. I was with him on the same team with him for 2 years. And then he was on a collegiate team that competed with my collegiate team for a year or two. And then we were on the beach patrol together as well. And both of us were having just the greatest time on our little walkie-talkies. And then this guy came in rolling through, and it was one tower, then about a quarter mile away another tower, and we just got the biggest kick out of this guy. We talked about him for the next few days. Gee, breaker. It was exactly like that. I mean, it was just classic.
Yeah, I would imagine you probably would be communicating like some girls in bikinis over by Tower B or whatever.
Well, we would point them out to each other,
right? Yeah,
and then make our little mini moves.
Is it true with the girls with lifeguards? They like you're a shoe-in, easy.
For the most part. Now, what would happen though is the stories I've told you guys over the last couple of years is at night I'd pick them up no problem at all wearing my sunglasses on the tower, and then I'd show up and I'd be wearing my prescription glasses, and the ladies didn't like that too much. No, that was fine. It was all part of the bigger deal.
Cool.
Yeah, I was not particularly taken with myself, in those years, or since then either.
Yeah, backstage boxing. I have an American strat with double humbuckers, and it's called the Big Apple strat. He was asking a guitar question.
Okay.
Sorry. Two conversations at once here. You still off the drinks yourself, or you
no, back on. Not as many, but I'm still on them. And the edibles. I mean, I figured out the dosages, and I'm taking around 50-60 milligrams of approximately 17 to 20% THC per day. That's edibles, yeah.
Okay.
And every now and then throwing in a toke or two, but.
So does that mean you're not taking 50 to 60 milligrams of THC? You're taking, say, 20% of 50 to 60 milligrams.
I'm taking, right. That's correct.
Okay.
Two edibles, each of them at 10 milligrams, each of them between 17 and 20% THC. So yeah, 60% of about 17 to 20% THC.
Interesting. See, usually edibles come they tell you the milligrams of amount of THC in milligrams that would be in the edible, but you're talking about they give you the total weight of the edible and then the percentage of that weight.
I think that's right. I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, because you probably have, some edibles, little jars, plastic jars yourself that point out what the strength of them is. But, a week or two ago, I was talking about 90, and that was the entire jar. I think you have 10, I think it's 10, edible gels, and then each edible gel is, 17 to 20% of 10 milligrams of THC.
Interesting. Right? It doesn't.
No.
But different laws in different states. So
I could go get one of the jars and sort of call out shit to you,
Yeah,
bore the shit out of random goon,
You don't have to. It's okay.
No, okay. I think I won't. These guys who are sophisticated with that marijuana juice,
right.
And usage, they know what they're talking about, and I don't. I just try to stay out of trouble in general.
Exactly.
Got that damn cat up there to keep me out of trouble. Right there. There he is. That's the guy. Keeps me straight.
You did you put him up there or did he just climb?
Oh no, he climbed up. You can check the replay. He climbed
Yeah.
up. He climbs up there. He didn't do it for about half a year. He got other habits in his mind, and then something else happened. Next thing I know, he's up there on a regular basis. He's about an hour and a half away from his next feeding, and once they get close, between 2 and 2.5 hours away from their last feeding, they start this passive begging. That's a begging mode where he's up close to me. He wants to make sure I know he's there. My other cat's, she's back. You can't see her, but she's back right above my finger.
Yeah, I see her.
Is the other cat, Tiger. That's Beast. Tiger's back there, and she hangs loose. She's got a different thing with me, but that's just cats. We don't talk about them very much either.
Yeah, I couldn't have a cat here. I have.
You mentioned you're allergic.
Yeah, so no cats.
I don't. Go ahead. Excuse.
I don't mind them. They're fun, kind of. I mean, they exist. Let's just put it that way. Some cats are fun. Some are more fun than others.
That's right. I tried to get you to pet those feral cats. Down South Carolina, or was it North Carolina?
It was actually Chincoteague, so I think that was the small section of Maryland that we were in for that brief time.
Probably. I was teasing, of course. Don't ever try to pet a feral cat.
Oh, hell no.
Hell no. To the hell. Yeah. There he goes. He's out of there. Oh, he's going to beg from the back.
He's really working you, man.
Yeah, they do it.
What time's their dinner? Like 7:30?
It'd be about 8.
8.
It'd be about 8. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't think I'm shorting them an hour, but it might be.
Cool.
But anyway.
Do you I guess they're not like humans. If I eat too late, I get weird dreams and I have harder times.
I don't know what they're up to. They actually have learned to leave me alone when I'm sleeping, or maybe they bug me and I'm just sleeping so soundly that they don't have an impact. But they never bother me to speak of.
Yeah.
Every now and then at 4:35 in the morning, this guy in particular will come in and reach with his paws and give me some shit. Start trying to wake me up.
Hey, look who it is here. Last Dance.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good to see you.
Good evening. Wow, look at that.
Look at it. Did you see the IQ of the whole thing jump a little bit? Just a little bit. Look at that.
So, Last Dance, you've entered a new decade of life, huh? Happy birthday.
Yes, this was the big 6-0.
Yeah. Congratulations, man. Cheers.
Thank you. The girls took me out to dinner tonight.
Oh, nice.
Cool.
Yeah, so.
Vegan restaurant or just?
It was a vegan restaurant. It's a place in Baltimore called Double Zero.
Okay.
That was not the price, by the way.
I bet.
You don't save money because there's no meat? I don't charge,
No, it doesn't seem to be that way.
Well, I got to know what you had. What was your main dish?
Meatball calzone.
No kidding, huh?
No, fake meatballs and everything. Yep.
No meat.
Fake meatballs and vegan cheese.
And vegan cheese. Yep.
Love to. It's hard to imagine, but it probably tastes good as anything.
Well, I enjoyed it. It's been so long since I had anything that would be considered the real thing that I have nothing to compare it to.
Right. The 70s? Did you?
No. Late 89 was probably
89. Okay. Yeah. Hey, so do you remember the daylight savings from 72 or 74 when they did it for a whole year there?
Yeah,
I don't.
I vaguely remember. Was it have something to do with the energy crisis or something? And they thought it would save energy to.
Probably they took the price of gas up from like 20 cents to $1 in less than half a year. Sucked. Remember that?
I remember that, and I remember this thing called Whip Inflation Now, WIN, that President Ford,
did.
I don't know if you remember that.
I don't.
Yeah.
I just remember getting jerked around with the gas prices, and I had just I had a step grandfather who, my mom just decided I should buy this 8-cylinder monster, 390 cc, Mercury Monterey from him instead of a 6-cylinder Ford Falcon wagon that I had,
Right.
and a dollar's worth of gas would get me about 10 miles, and it was back in the 70s. A dollar is like $10 now. It's just
You had Mannix's car.
Yeah.
Mannix. It was, when I sold it, it was funny. It had the LSU sticker on the back of it, and these surfers these surfers put surf racks on it, and I spotted it around Daytona area about 4 or 5 different times with the
Cool.
surfers had 3-4 surfboards on the surf racks. It's like, you guys, God, better you than me.
Yeah. It's a classic car. It wasn't a famous muscle car though, really. That
No, it was a land whale. It was just
Land
a
whale.
huge land whale, Mercury
Yeah.
Monterey, not muscle, just a whale.
Yeah, some of those muscle cars were somewhat whalish, but they did have definitely some performance aspects to them.
Right.
I mean, the GTO was a pretty large convertible sedan that they put a massive engine in with big brakes.
GTOs were known to be performers.
Yeah.
You guys were talking about the English vehicles, last week, and I talked about having, or 1 or 2 weeks ago, and I did have an Anglia and a Cortina, but my first vehicle was a van. It was a VW van, and within 3 to 4 months of getting it, I was passing somebody who was he was this drunk guy in his mid-20s with 2 girls in the front, and I was on A1A. That's a big coastal highway going to school, and this guy would go 20 something miles an hour. He'd speed up to his 30s and go back to the 20s, and I was following along, trying to get to school on time, and there was a big line of cars behind me, and I tried to pass him, and you don't pass anybody in a VW van.
Right.
Word to the wise. But I wasn't smart enough to know that, and so I'm passing the guy, and I got all the way past him, and he turned left and hit my rear right and spun me sideways, and I flipped the van. And so at age 17, my first vehicle, it flipped on. I flipped it, and I went into the ground, into the van, roof, with my left shoulder. It would have been my left shoulder. And I mean, that was part of the beginning of the bizarro world that
Right.
I entered over the decades, were these injuries. And I didn't go to the emergency room for it. So that was just one more of those, weird injuries.
When was this?
That would have been early 72.
Yeah, they wouldn't have made you any better in the emergency room.
Yeah.
No, without MRIs, it would all been, cut and hope. If they had operated on me, it would have been cut and hope. Yeah, it's sad, that. I mean, it's great that the world of medicine has progressed so far in the last 40, 50 years, but it's sad that it was so friggin' primitive. Back in the 60s and 70s, they had no idea. One of my teammates, at Louisiana State, I mean, he was carved up. I mean, he just had like 3 or 4 of these huge shoulder operations on him. And I mean, he was just mutilated, and I mean, I guess he went along with it, and that's what happened. I'm sure all of you, both of you probably have friends who, had operations that they didn't do well with, maybe not.
No, unfortunately, none of my friends had operations.
Well,
yeah,
I've
heard of some of the people who had the early hip and knee transplants and shoulder with the bionic shit. Some of the early technology has failed over the years, and there's lawsuits involved. But I think you kind of sign up for it being somewhat experimental when there's no guarantees on it.
There's always what do they call those clauses? Last dance, the hold harmless clauses in effect. You know,
Yeah.
they're it's like you don't have any recourse.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's
You know,
what's the word I'm thinking of? Indemnify. No, that's
yeah,
not it.
no, that was a good guess. It
Yeah,
was.
no.
I know what you're talking about.
Yep.
I'm trying to guess it myself, but I don't know it.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
English bottle cap is right. They are sought by. And the good ones, the really classic ones, are what you call a VW, a split window VW bus. The front had two windshields side by side with a metal divider between the two. The split window was late 60s, was probably the last ones that they made, maybe even a little earlier.
Yeah.
But those are really cool. If you see one now, to see the two squares on the front, very trippy, very rare.
I had mine just buffed out. I had red shag carpeting in the back with a mattress, and then with these blue, curtains on the side. It was great. I hated
Very
leaving
hippie.
that. Oh, it was. I mean, I was trying to be a hippie. It was a hard call to make
Yeah.
for me because I've never been much of one. But I did try to have a curtain on a VW van with a shag carpet and a
cool.
mattress in the back of it.
Mattress.
Loaned it to a friend. He seemed to have a lot of fun with his girlfriend. I took a girlfriend out, and I was, we'll just do it real brief. The real brief telehealth, issue. Bad pain issues. Couldn't get into it. It's like I'm sitting there with this beautiful, buxom cheerleader. She was a fucking high school cheerleader who decided I was the best thing since sliced bread. We get her to a drive-in movie. Remember the drive-in movies? Anyway, I went to a drive-in movie with her, sitting there in the back, on the mattress, and I can't be sensuous with her because I'm fucking hurting too bad. Mother effer, And that just went on for decades, off and on. So there you go.
Yeah.
Happy times.
Wild, man.
Yeah, too much. Carmen Gia. I had a friend with a Carmen Gia.
I only know that car by name. I can't even picture what the fuck one of them would look like. I mean,
they're like
an MG.
Yes, stupid looking
ugly.
MGs. Ugly MGs. A little bit longer, tiny bit taller than an MG, a little bit heavier. What else? Not a whole bunch. The one that we used to go hunting in the ones I had. The guy had big, it's like, what would you call them? Almost like off-road rear tires on the Carmen Gia. It's just, and we went out. We were hell on piglets. Piglets and squirrels and doves. We hunted for about 3-4 years together.
You mean like feral hogs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, but the smaller ones, yeah. We it's funny. We let a couple of big ones get away, and we probably should have tracked them, and because it's almost a certainty that we shot them. So we were not good hunters, and it was at nighttime though. It wasn't daytime, So at nighttime we were leaving the hunting area. It was a hunting preserve that we had, proper hunting permits for. That's it. There you go.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Wow, never
Better than most VWs.
Actually, this one looks kind of sick. Not bad. I mean, hell yeah.
Well, imagine some big, big old, off-road, rubber on the back tires, and you see what we were hunting around in. It was painted gold. And anyway, leaving out, one from the hunting preserve one evening, there were these two huge, hogs that got in our way. And, the two of us got out, and his mother was this wonderful woman who was my surrogate mother in effect. And his sister was there too. He had a beautiful sister, wonderful young woman, a year older than me, I guess it was. And, the two of us took beads on these big, huge, hogs. And
12 gauge.
What?
12 gauge.
Mine was a 16. No, it was a 20 gauge with a slug, and I'm not sure what he was shooting, but both of us shot, and we didn't agree to shoot at the same animal. And what we probably did, and it's not a good thing. I mean, I'm not ashamed, but I'm not happy with it.
Right.
Is that we both shot, and we didn't really take flashlights out and look on the ground for blood. We didn't look to track that and say, okay, do we need to track these animals in the dark of night? And we should have. That's one of the worst hunting stories I have,
It's
actually.
not bad though. It's not like it was a glorious buck or even a doe that would have been legal hunting, like that people are, held revered almost. But pigs, hogs, they're a trouble. They're a problem for nature. They're feral. They're not supposed to be there. So fuck them.
Much worse now than they were in the 1970s. I mean, in Texas, and I have relatives in Mississippi who they go out with full on. You know how you see some of these scopes that are fitted with cameras, and you get to see that. That's what this one cousin of mine does. He's a couple of years younger than me, but he goes out and he's got the infrared scopes, and he just wreaks havoc on hogs.
Yeah,
every season, he does it. And I think that there's not even a season on hogs. I think you can
it's wide open.
shoot them anytime now.
Yeah,
because they do. They are very, very much destructive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I watch a great. First, quick question though. Like Last Dance, what do you think about killing of like feral animals to better?
I'm not going to do it.
But ethically, do you have a problem with it? Do you think it's good if biologists deem them to be harmful to the environment and it's best to kill them? Then
I mean, you're not going to believe this, but I don't really have an opinion on it.
Okay.
I don't shoot him anymore. I mean, I don't think about it. I don't wonder how it would feel. None of that. I don't.
My only opinion is I wouldn't do it, and I don't necessarily want to watch someone do it. But
I mean,
okay,
that's as far as it goes.
I have the firepower to do it, but and the appropriate firepower to go out and hunt. All I have to do is buy about a $30-$40 hunting license. But it's just not only am I not wanting to go out and be in the line of fire of other hunters, but I don't want to kill anything.
Right.
Would I want to kill anything?
Yeah, I'd hate to be mistaken for a feral pig.
Yeah, really.
And it's possible that after photographs,
in my case,
no jury would convict.
In my case, it's a distinct possibility.
We understand how he mistook him. We're not going to convict him.
That's right.
Yeah. You're right about what you said earlier, Cypher. It has gotten much worse, the population of said pigs. And some of them, I've seen them charging at guys shooting at them with big rifles, and these fucking things are still running at them.
There's that one down in South America. I interrupted. Go ahead.
It reminds me of like Dangerous Game. Now they can be pretty vicious. They're certainly tough little things. And what's happened too, they've crossbred with some domestic pigs, I guess, somehow. Some rednecks out there had some regular pigs in their yard, and then the fucking feral pigs come and have sex with them, and that makes these fuckers bigger. They look a little more like a domestic pig. They're like halfway between the two, so they eat a shitload. They can get to be hundreds of pounds, and
like a liger or a tigron. They're both bigger.
Liger.
Both ligers and tigrons are bigger than their mixed.
What the fuck's a tigron?
A tiger and a moron.
I know what a lion.
A lion. A tiger and a lion. A tigron.
I like the first explanation better.
The liger is the lion and a tiger. I think you made up tigron.
It's female, and whatever species is male and female makes the two different. They're not the same thing.
Can a tigron mate with a liger?
Who knows what'll happen then? Then they will become a a Timuron, a Timuron,
That's
Timuron.
funny stuff. Let me
But,
go ahead and add in some European flair.
all
Mr.
right,
Lee
there we go.
Howells. There he
yeah.
is.
All right.
Hello.
Lee,
How are
good
you
to
all?
Hi, Lee.
Good to
Good.
see you.
Hey.
Good.
Welcome.
Good.
Hey. Yeah.
You hear that you're the European flair of this pub.
Yeah.
That's
So
right.
What a
you're going to have
compliment.
to meet those expectations.
Yeah. Oh dear. Oh.
You know, there's
I
a
was-
I
Go on.
forget what it's called. There's like something in this American Southwest. It's a javelina, I think is what it's called.
Javelina, yeah.
That I've heard someone talk about.
Skunk pig. Those things smell really bad.
Yeah.
Skunk pig.
Yeah.
Skunk pig.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Little fuckers.
I heard they
Oh,
were
right, yeah.
small and vicious, is what I heard.
Yeah,
Mhm.
they fuck with deer hunters. They will warn the deer that there's a hunter. Somehow
Oh, really?
they're like
They whistle?
No, I think they just run and make a big like
right.
grunting
They give away the
sound.
location.
Yeah, it's sort of there's a couple of birds that do that around the world that will make all kinds of crazy calls when say if a tiger walks in India, there's this bird that sounds, like a gay guy straight out of Provincetown, fucking woo, woo, like no, it's really funny. You should hear this bird, but this tiger is like fucking bird, shut up already, because every deer that's in the area when the bird starts going off, saying
I can understand a bird doing it. That kind of makes sense. But when you've got this skunk pig,
yeah,
which is running around on four legs,
Skunk pig. That's funny.
screaming at the deer to run, right?
Yeah.
Putting
Well, they're
itself in complete
prob-
and utter danger seems a bit of a stupid
No,
thing.
I
Pigs
to
are
do.
probably talking to each other, and
Exactly.
the deer
the deer have learned. It's the
that they've
same.
learned, right?
There's this interspecies communication thing I read about. I used to do a lot of bird watching, and so they now understand that chickadees have an alarm call and blue jays have an alarm call, and both species of bird respond to each other's, so they both know another species. Now, the new thing that's been discovered is they all recognize the squirrel's alarm call because they all have a common predator, which would be a hawk, red-tailed hawk, whatever species of hawk you'd be talking about. So they've multiple species. Most of the ones you'd see around a bird feeder, you hear one alarm call from one species and every one of them reacts, bolts, heads to under a car or freezes up or whatever. It's really an interesting thing. It's truly survival for them, so
Talking about shooting, what's this news I'm hearing from South Carolina that they've got the green light for shooting squads now to execute prisoners that are on death row. They're saying it's more humane than in giving somebody an injection. 3 shooters and they all aim for the heart. But I was reading about it today. I think it was only news today as well in the US. They've been given the green light to do it.
Is it optional? Is that like?
Yeah, I think it is.
A condemned prisoner can choose that method of execution?
I'm not sure, because when they were saying that it was a cheaper and more humane way to do it, I'm not sure if they were thinking of actually switching over to that completely.
More humane than what?
No idea.
Than an injection, apparently. Yeah, work that out.
Maybe than a botched injection, but
I would have thought the injection's like pretty instant, isn't it? It doesn't take a minute or two to work, surely.
It does. There's
there's
a couple stages. One gets you relaxed, one puts you to sleep, the third one stops your heart. So they don't want you to realize that you're getting the third one. So it's a combination of 2 or 3 drugs, barbiturates and things like that.
I've heard them talking about using propofol.
Ah, interesting.
And because if you botch that up, the person dies. Right?
Like
it's almost impossible to give. I think the usual problem is that they don't get them in the vein, right? When they botch executions and they.
Yeah. I was wondering from the family's point of view whether that's more satisfying. Maybe it's a bit macabre that they're getting shot rather than injected.
It's certainly more violent and
a lot more dramatic and violent. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But then again, I think I'm only going off movies now. I take it, but I think that must be right. When somebody's having lethal injection, then are the families able to view it as they show in the movies?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Do they?
It depends.
There might be.
I know I've heard that maybe they're allowed like one or two representatives. I don't think you can have and I think that they're probably counseled against it, or maybe they, it's certainly for a lot of people. I don't know that it's going to gain anything.
I didn't know whether it was like proof that a member of the family stands there and goes, "Yeah, I saw it. It happened, and he's dead."
I don't know. That's a good point. Maybe. I mean, John Wayne Gacy, the famous serial killer, said, "Killing me is not going to bring those boys back." Essentially, admitting to the kid murder and making the point that the death penalty is not going to affect anything that's already
nasty piece of work. Nasty piece of work, that Gacy. As bad as Dahmer.
Yeah, when you read about him, you were like, how did he keep killing all these kids? And if you see,
get away with it?
There were graves under his fucking house, just like side by side for years. How did he keep getting away with it?
I have no knowledge of this. So obviously a serial killer then. Yeah. And always kids, yeah.
Yeah.
Sheer audacity, sheer, criminal, psychotic audacity. It's just, I can't imagine how he did it. It's crazy.
He was somewhat of I guess you could say, sort of a pillar in the society. I think he ran a business, right? He
was a clown.
Right.
I mean, that was his job. He was not just saying, clown like,
right. Right. He was a clown.
He was a clown.
He made a lot of paintings of clowns in the big house after he was convicted.
Aphid Lip knows him. Aphid Lip was probably.
I'm laughing, but I'm hearing you.
A lot of the of his paintings sold for thousands and tens of thousands of dollars. Some sick fucking people bought them, Which
supposedly one of the reasons he got away with it is because a lot of his victims were marginal men, gay men, people who were not highly well thought of in those days.
Oh, that sounds more like you're talking about Jeffrey Dahmer.
No, I think even Gacy, he picked on vulnerable people, basically.
Yeah, I thought it was more like teen boys. Yeah, who were.
Well, he did some of those too.
Forensic science was so primitive, even in the 70s and 80s,
that's true.
People that was the. I don't know if any of you have watched enough about serial killers to see that the 70s and 80s, 60s, 70s, and 80s were considered the golden years of serial killers, and then of course forensics started to catch up with them, and
they also. They didn't have national databases, so they, if you kidnap somebody in one jurisdiction, they didn't necessarily, didn't know about in the next jurisdiction. So information wasn't shared.
I've watched hundreds of hours.
I'll be right back. I'm going to leave this comment up because I want to talk about this one when we get back.
I've watched hundreds of hours of serial killer, shows, hundreds, maybe even thousands.
So you don't make the same mistakes?
Yeah, when I go to town on those amoebas, I kill them dead. I'm telling you, I'm hell on amoebas. So anyway,
do you leave a note after every killing?
That's right. You little microscopic vermin, I've got you now. No, it's just amazing to me. It's just amazing to me what has gone on over the decades. And we're having these wonderful advancements, especially in the sciences, and then we've got these ridiculous backwards progressions in some of our sciences areas, pseudosciences. What pseudosciences, you may ask me?
Yeah, no, I didn't, but
no, you go ahead. I will go with your.
I mean, ultimately, Smokesteve is right. It was insane because you had to ignore a lot in order for the guy to be able to bury. I forget how many bodies were stuffed in his crawl space, but and buried on his property. He threw them, he threw victims in this Plains River, and he killed them all over the place.
Nasty man. Nasty man.
He was finally executed.
I've never been able to listen to, I've seen, recently that there are these, uh, interview tapes of him, and I can't listen to the man talk.
That's
I
a
can't
measure
li-
and a half, Steve.
yeah, I can't listen to hardly any of them talk. It's just when you know that what's coming out of their mouth is just murderous spew. It's like, how do you listen to that? With any kind of, you can't, in my opinion. They don't deserve a voice, and yet they're being given voices, and that's like, ugh.
There's a spine chilling, really is spine chilling, recording. There was some killers here. The lady was called Myra Hindley. I forget what the guy's name was now, but they go around picking up kids together. She was the one that talked to them because being a female, so they kind of get the trust. And then
Sure.
she coaxed them into the car.
Yeah. French or British?
British. But there's a recording of one of the little boys that they take. I mean, he must be so young because all you can hear is him crying for his mummy. And he's going, "Mummy, where are you, mummy?" Oh, Jesus! I think there's some more. I just couldn't watch. I just couldn't. Sorry, listen to the rest of it.
Heartbreaking.
That's enough for me, And they never found his body, and they would never tell them where it was as well. They did extensive searches. I think it was the only body they couldn't find, and both of them took it to their graves. They never said, they loved it that they weren't releasing that information, So it's really sad for the mother because she's dead now as well and never got the body, which is just such a shame.
Now, was BTK Dennis Schrader? Was that his name?
Raider.
Okay, so he's the guy who he had committed a bunch of crimes, and then a long period of time went by when he wasn't caught. And he put something together on a floppy disk that had the address of maybe where he worked.
Yeah,
I think he worked
digital.
He worked for like the Forest Service or something like that.
It was the church that he was one of the elders of the church,
deacon or something,
deacon or elder, and he had asked the research, playing his little game where he wanted his notoriety. He asked them, would it be traceable if I sent you a disc? And they lied and said, "Oh no."
He fell for it.
He fell for it. That's exactly what happened, and they got him.
They got him too,
1 or 2 weeks of that.
He did. I thought he did something with it at a building that had a code that they were able to trace his first name and a couple of things. It didn't give him the exact, but it gave him enough. And I don't think it took much.
Happened real quick after that flop. It was a 3.5 floppy. I think it was. I think they were done with the 5.25s by then, and so it was a 3.5 floppy. A more rigid floppy, as it were.
Have you ever heard of a doctor in the UK called? He was a killer. He was called Harold Shipman.
Oh yes, Shipman killed hundreds. He's one of the most notorious,
true last dance,
of all serial killers ever, because he was just going in with that lovely what is it, morphine, that morphine dosage, and as much as I love morphine, I don't want it from Dr.
He was killing a lot of his victims were elderly women, because it's that doctor that they trusted him, but he was getting them to change their wills as well, so stuff was being left to him.
I thought the details, but I had wondered if he was getting rich off of that. Or
he was getting rich off it as well.
Kill old women, but I don't remember the other part of it.
There was one from Canada. Was it Carla Homolka and her boyfriend?
That was a couple that was notorious. I think that sounds right about the name.
Hold on real quick. Let's just check out. Matt Grandy is commenting on Lee when he said 5 minutes ago about the recording of the little kid. And he's just so in classic Matt Grandy fashion, he's
He's about 5 minutes behind.
Yeah.
Come on, brother, catch up.
Okay, though. Hi, McGrand, and hello, cup of tea, and there are 4 lights, and all you good folk.
Lights.
That's right. He's the man.
What's that quote from again? Oh, who was it?
It's from an episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Right. Yeah. I've looked it up.
I'm just getting a drink.
He's just testing you, last chance.
I had forgotten, but I eventually you start entering that into Google and it finishes the expression for you. So you know it is something in some subculture somewhere, and of course the explanation is right there. Very cool.
Yeah,
And I'm loving seeing backstage boxing here. Yeah, it was right. The doctor.
Oh, I thought backstage boxing was backstage.
No,
He just hanging it. Okay, not a problem.
But I'm gonna go ahead and throw the link in the description here.
Yeah.
See if McGrandy wants to join, or Aphid Lip, our buddy. I don't know what he's up to.
I'll be right back.
It's more than yes, sir. No problem. Lee, what are you having on with no ice tonight?
Tonight it is vodka. Yeah, so vodka and just thinking about this when I went got the drink. So it'd be interesting what camp you're in. Over the last couple of weeks, depending on what might be on offer, I think, oh, right, Pepsi Max is being sold cheaper than Diet Coke, vice versa. So I switch constantly. Yeah, go for the cheaper one. But I've just poured the Diet Coke, and yeah, it's loads better than Pepsi Max. I've decided.
Okay.
Yeah, just something. I'm so where are you? Are you Pepsi or are you more Coke?
I don't drink soda.
Don't you? It's that rum neat. That measure you just poured, was that neat?
I added spring water. And
do you?
Yeah.
Right. So do you just you just water it down a bit, yeah.
50-50 basically spring water, and it's this. If you can get this over there,
yeah, we get that. Yeah, definitely.
It's really fabulous.
Yeah, I've had
really
it. I've had it. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah.
I like it because it's smooth, you know.
Yeah, really smooth. Yeah, true.
And I've had that Navy rum, Pusser's rum. It's a UK thing, and man, that stuff is like kerosene. Jesus, clean your knives with that shit. It's the same proof as this. This is 94. It's high, so it's not like the Navy is in the 90s. So
yeah,
I don't know what it is. It's the non-booze things that make it taste good. You know, it's the terpenes and flavors that you get from whatever vanilla, whatever fruits and whatnot.
So do you drink Last Dance? Do you have a drink from time to time? Or?
I'm drinking right now as we speak.
What's that? Whiskey?
Myra's rum.
Rum as well. Oh yeah, I know this. Okay. Yeah, I know this. Yeah.
Yeah, he's drinking. Cypher's probably having a vodka and fucking High C or something, or I'm not sure. Crystal Light, maybe. The healthy vodka. English Bottle Cap commenting on the aspartame. Doesn't like the aspartame.
Oh no! Now he's going to read it for me. Right, he's got to tell me what aspartame is. Then what is it? I don't know.
That's the artificial sweetener. So.
Oh right, yeah, I get it. Yeah, I know what that is. Yeah,
that's equal.
Non-digestible
is the brand name around here.
Right. Do you drink soda, Last Dance?
Rarely,
but you do.
Once in a while, yeah.
Right on. Yeah, I got off of it, you know. So I'm a water guy, you know, water or alcohol.
Do you remember that? Don't you do any of the juices, like an orange juice or tomato juice?
Never. No.
I do enjoy them though when I drink them. Do you remember the line from Dr. Strangelove?
Which is?
He asks. Somebody asks him. I forget but he says, "That's why, Mandrake, I drink only rainwater or pure grain alcohol." Because of fluoridation. The commie plot to
Oh, right, yeah.
sap our precious bodily fluids.
Putting fluoride in the water.
Yes.
Is that banned in the States, or is it still a thing?
No, it
No.
still goes on.
Still goes
Oh,
on.
right, yeah. Right.
Yeah, how about in the UK?
Oh, yeah, it's in the UK, yeah, for sure. I think Germany might have just decided to ban it, but yeah, certainly in the UK, yeah.
Do you guys walk up to your kitchen sink with a glass and fill her up and take a sip, or are you bottled only or filtered? I do
yeah.
filtered.
We well, I can only speak for my house because I think it's quite mixed. But here it
Getting some lag.
Yep.
Sorry, yeah. I was saying, yeah, in here we always use bottled water, but I think it's quite mixed, sort of 50-50. I would have thought so.
Yeah, I have a filter. We do the water on the refrigerator, and it's got a filter you change out every 6 months.
Yeah.
I'm interested. Last Dance, do you drink your tap water
All the time.
with a filter, Brita, or nothing?
Sometimes one or the other. It doesn't really matter. If I have the refrigerator has a filter
Same as me.
system, and if I want cold water, I'll go there. Sometimes I don't want cold water, so I'll go to the tap and drink it. It doesn't make a big deal to me. I've thought about getting something that that's like a permanent gap thing so there's no filter. It just makes the water go from one part to the other, so I don't have to keep spending money on those $50 refrigerator filters
Every 6 months.
every 6 frickin' months.
I know. Fucking ridiculous. Makes that you can't get them cheaper. We've looked online; they're $50 no matter where you look, and you don't want to get some half-assed filter and then be making the water worse.
I was going to say, and I've seen these named third-party filters, but if you look in the comments, everybody says, "I'll never buy these again. These are total shit. They only last 1/3 the time, anyways.
Right.
And then they leak or blow up. So
Oh, God.
you can't save money apparently on that stuff."
I have some perspective on treated water by municipalities. Way back right around 1980-81, I worked for a year as a safety officer trainee for the city of Gainesville, and I would go out to the different major trade areas. Water treatment, above ground power, power service. What would you call it?
Subterranean,
underground, sub something.
terranean,
Underground, wastewater, and I would go to all these major subdivisions of the city's provision of infrastructure, and I would give them safety, safety training sessions.
Safety dance.
Be careful. Be careful.
That's pretty good.
And with water treatment, water was treated, and this is pretty much straight across the United States. It's treated to be at 1/2 part per million of chlorine. That's what's delivered into households is water that's at 1/2 part per million of chlorine, and that's normal, and it doesn't hurt anybody. That's like taking regular pool water, diluting the strength of the chlorine in the pool water by about a sixth, by 5/6. Usually pool water runs between 2 and 3 parts per million while you're swimming in it, and then you put it down to 0.5, and then you've got this drinkable water, potable water. Military troops do all types of water treatment, iodine.
I used iodine once. That stuff's nasty.
Yeah, it's nasty, but it does sterilize the water.
Now, I've heard a few new things they've discovered is that in equatorial or sub-equatorial areas, you can take clear plastic bottles,
lay them on sheet metal in the sun for 10 or 15 minutes, and it completely disinfects the water and makes it
Sounds
safe to
about
drink.
right. Yeah, I mean, if it's hot enough, it'll do it. It'll kill
Yeah.
them. But
What's the effects of iodine? Because both of you said,
it's
"Oh
it's
yeah, it's horrible."
it's not tasting good, but it's a good what's the right word?
Bactericide.
Yeah, bactericide. That sounds great.
There's also, I've also heard
Does
you
it,
can take.
does it protect you from radiation as well, or not?
No.
That's a
that's
different.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the tin foil that does that.
No, you do take iodide pills for radiation. Yes.
you know what, dude? You're
Yeah,
right. That's
yeah.
fucking awesome, Lee. You're the man, because there's a fucking.
Well, you said
nuclear
I was
power-
going to have some flair.
There's a nuclear power station in this state that we're within a certain proximity to, and we got this newsletter that said that we would be eligible to get free iodine tablets in case there was ever a leak. Like certain people within 50 miles or something, they'll give them out to you for free. And then if you get the warning on your phone that we've had a radiation leak, then they tell you take the tablets, which is interesting. So why? Good call, Lee.
Well, on top of the city knowledge that I had as the temporary safety officer trainee, I had all those years as the pool man. And so lo and behold, I have all this knowledge about chlorine. So anyway, as my life was falling apart around the turn of the century, I started looking for other employment and other ways to make a living when I couldn't do anything physically for myself. And I ran across this operation that was selling all sorts of stuff, all sorts of stuff, crap. And one of the pieces of crap that they were selling was some type of water filter. And what they did was, have you ever heard of the water testing? You have a pool, Smokesteve, and I don't know who else has a pool, but orthotolidine. Have you ever heard of orthotolidine? Orthotolidine is the yellow drops that you put in to see that you may have used the yellow drops to see if your chlorine in your pool is light yellow, not enough chlorine, but bright yellow, too much chlorine.
I haven't done that.
Okay,
probably should though, because I lost control last year of the pool a little bit. So
it can happen. Well, anyway, these people that were doing this little gig of theirs, trying to get people to sign on with the sales operations, they took and regular water that was from the city, and they put a whole bunch of extra chlorine in it. And then orthotolidine will turn the highly chlorinated water bright yellow. So what they would do is they would take water that was what's the right word? Not rigged water. Let's call it rigged water. You can call it whatever you want.
Not tampered with.
Tampered water. That's a good one. And the water really coming out of the city is going to be this tiniest faint yellow 0.5 chlorine level of chlorine. And what they would do is they would put granules of chlorine in, and then they would put it into this tiny little cup of water, and they would show everybody that was stupid enough to show up for this bogus sales gimmick crap that they were putting in, and go, watch this, and they would sprinkle a couple of drops of the orthotolidine in. It would turn it urine colored yellow, and they go, this is the color of your drinking water. It's like urine, and people would buy that. And I had this one guy who had bought a water filter, smoking fucking Marlboro Reds and telling me about how the water from the city was bad. Smoking them Marlboro Reds, I was like, oh come on, come on! And I didn't have the heart to even get on him about it. Come on, buddy.
I always found that to be an extremely harsh cigarette when I enjoyed a cigarette. The Marlboro Red was not nice.
I was fucking suicidal on fucking red Marlboro longs. I bought a fucking carton of those things. And
what are those, 100s? Or they actually made them called longs?
They made them in 100. Yeah, they did, and they were horrible. I mean, it was like you're breathing your last. You smoke a fucking pack of those over the course of about 4 or 5 hours, and it was like death warmed over. I haven't smoked since about. I smoked a tiny bit with a girlfriend into the later 2000s, about 2008, 2009, and then I stopped. I haven't smoked, 13 years or so.
Last Dance, you ever been a smoker of anything?
Never. Nope, never.
Good man, smart.
Not a cannabis guy?
No, not a cannabis guy.
Well, I
so
think
mellow.
Okay, hey,
You know why I never used cannabis?
Never.
Because you have to smoke it.
You don't, though.
Well, you don't do it. You're not now. You don't, right?
There's a lot of other
You can
ways
bake
to put
it.
it into your body.
Make some cookies.
I thought about that, but it was also a challenge enough to acquire it 30 years ago.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
I just was never
I'm
a
not,
lawbreaker.
I'm not jumping to conclusions here, but you're going back years ago. I mean, did you ever? I know you can't speak about it, Last Dance, but were you drug tested? So,
well, that's the thing is I'm talking about before I got my job. In my job, I was drug tested all the time, and you couldn't.
Yeah.
You weren't
There's
supposed
no way.
to use drugs, and it was a no-no.
If it came up that the only drug that was identified was, say, marijuana, would that have led you to losing your job, or would you got a slap on the wrist?
You know, in the beginning, back when I started in the early '80s, it might have been dealt with more severely. But as the years went by, the word is that you could, as long as you promise not to do it again, and you didn't do it again, you would be okay.
I promise, Your Honor.
But the other thing they made you do is promise not to talk about it. So
That's right.
So nobody ever really knew what the.
If you were sitting in the Smokesteve court, you wouldn't have gotten away with that shit.
What you're saying is that basically what you're saying is then that Smokesteve would have lost his job within about a couple of months.
Well, he probably wouldn't have applied for that job. If your name is Smokesteve,
There's a drug court, man. He would have gotten you.
Now, interestingly, I worked for a short stint at the men's department at Sears selling fucking clothes.
Yeah.
And they drug tested me. And I lived in a place that was called Humboldt County in Northern California, where I was involved with some of the best marijuana in the world. I passed the drug test. This was years and years ago, but I passed it. Yeah. I used some old tricks that us old heads know. Very easy to pass back in the day. All you had to do was drink a gallon of water and take a bunch of ginseng before the test. And then I peed, and when the guy looked at it, he's like, boy, that's pretty clear. Goddamn right it's clear. You want it going through your body as quickly as possible, so you really get a lot of liquids in yourself, So
Right.
To be honest, I think the drug testing that I got, they would check to make sure it wasn't too clear.
Probably.
So,
yeah.
You expect to have a certain concentration of normal stuff in there, and if it's too dilute, then they just assume you've been doing your thing.
Right.
Yeah.
And they make you do it again.
Yeah. That's what you mean.
I know a guy who probably maybe, let's say, about 19 years ago, around 2002, he maybe even more like 2000, he had a dream to go out for the border patrol, to guard the southern borders. Kid was like, really wanted to be a federal cop guarding the borders. It was kind of a dream of his. So part of the job, they started grilling all of his close buddies, and I knew one of the kids that was involved with this, and one of them folded and fucking told the guy, yeah, we've smoked cannabis a bunch of times together. I didn't know anything was wrong. I'm sorry. And they wouldn't fucking hire him because he smoked pot in college with these guys.
No.
Yeah, this kid, they kind of framed it like, oh, if you lie to us and we find out you're lying, you're in trouble. So, like,
lying to a federal officer.
One of these guys just immediately folded and recounted all the bongs that they used and all the weed that they smoked, and boom, the kid couldn't get his dream job. And then he ended up becoming a money guy in Boston, and he made a lot of fucking money. So
financially, he made a lot more in about 5 years than he ever would have made doing the fucking federal
disguised
job.
blessing. Yeah, disguised blessing. Sometimes those blessings come disguised. Other times, it just sucks.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it was kind of an odd
And
life.
sometimes that enjoying what you do is worth more than the money that you're.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he thought he was going to be Walker, Texas Ranger out there sitting on the border in a fucking Bronco, just like waiting to bust illegals. But,
I knew someone that completely passed police academy, and he thought he had it made because he passed the academy's, complete, sequence. And when they went to interview him, he took it as though he should come as absolutely totally clean on every matter in his life as he possibly could, instead of being, somewhat surreptitious about things. And he ended up screwing himself out of a law enforcement job totally. He'll never. He may be after the, what do they call those things? The statute of limitations, on one of the matters that he thought that he could just talk about to that interviewer about, candidly,
right.
which he should not have. And maybe, after that period of time, he could, try for it again. It's that cannabis juice.
It kind of reminds me of like on Seinfeld when George Costanza is trying to get the apartment. So he goes through all the horrible negative shit that's happened to him through his life. People are like horrified with what he's gone through. It's like sometimes you just keep it inside, like.
Yeah, sometimes.
I had a friend who, it was actually a friend of a friend, but I knew him, but I didn't know him well. Do you know what I mean? And his whole dream was to get into the police force, and he managed to do it. And he ended up going to London in the Met. And I think it was by the third time that there was a complaint about over excessive violence. He was just beating the shit out of people, and he lost his job. So just over violent, basically.
I mean, but if it starts happening within that first year, go ahead. Excuse me.
Yeah,
well, real quick, I'm going to go ahead and grab a fifth man here, the fifth wheel himself, Aphid Liv. Just kidding, dude.
What's going on? There was too much dudes in front of khaki backgrounds, so I had to mix it up a little bit.
Make it a little high tech for us. Huh?
Khaki?
The usual.
Khaki. Yours is
khaki.
Yours is
mine's Carhartt, baby.
Mine's burnished
khaki
leather.
or tacky.
I got polished leather in mine. Ain't no
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers, party.
I worked with a guy who told the story. Cheers. He said he had kind of different sets of friends in high school.
Oh shit!
Growing up, and I did too. I had sports friends and nerd friends, and he had one of his sets of friends were kind of a fast crowd. And he said they liked to steal cars, and he said he didn't participate, but he listened to their stories. And he said about half of those guys got caught, and he said the ones that didn't get caught became cops. So evidently, when they did their interview, they didn't volunteer too much.
Oh, there were some idiots that I thought become police officers in my town. It's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, back where I grew up,
it happens.
In the city, the thing to do was you stole a car and then you brought it to the park, and there was a cliff right near the train depot where you would throw some gas in it and then light it on fire and push it off the cliff, and then try to go steal another car and then light it on fire and push it off the cliff. That's what kids did for fun.
It's kind of an expensive hobby.
Yeah, it was so stupid. I remember people screwed up the order of like pouring they didn't have the windows down enough in the car. They poured the gas in there too soon. They threw the match in. The thing fucking explodes. It's fucking crazy. And this was common fodder in Dorchester, man. This was like
every weekend. This is what kids did, you know? It's dumb, dude. Steal a car and push it off the cliff.
I had a friend who did that to a car in general. Just it pissed him off. He said, "I'm taking this car to a cliff," and off it goes. That was a 70s story.
Hey, Aphid, did you hear Last Dance is now in his 60th decade?
Wow.
Sixth
Sorry.
decade.
He's a
60th.
young
He's
man.
600 years old.
Yeah, that's right.
He doesn't look a day over 80.
I know.
Oh, thanks.
Just buttering you up.
Do you know something?
I'll have to go after that $30 I have on you as soon as the show's over.
He's going after that tip.
What are you going to Kangol there from the 90s?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. They go with my Adidas.
Samuel L. Jackson in the house, Adidas. I love
Do you know something, Nathan Lynn? Do you know something?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's your equipment that I don't know if it's the equipment you've got, but you've got. I think you've got a real radio voice. You sound
Oh, do
really
you think
cool
so?
on the mic.
He's got the face for
Oh,
radio.
oh, come on, Last Dance. You were 2 seconds ahead of me.
I don't know what it's compared to. It's
We
the rest
think
of it.
alike,
I don't know
which
if
is really
you've got
pathetic.
amazing equipment, but I don't.
Well, your audio sounds tight this week, dude. What did you do? Something new, Aphid?
No, it's just more cigarettes that I've smoked since last week.
Oh, no.
You're like Neil Diamond.
Better sound. It's better sound. It is. It's good.
That's actually why I started smoking cigarettes, is because I thought I heard my voice, on, like everybody does, and they're like, that doesn't sound like me, does it? And then I was like, man, if I sound like that, I better start doing something to scratchy up that voice.
Hey, look at
It was
that.
such a good idea. It was so worth it.
Right.
So
Oh,
it's
he's
only
talking
been a couple $100,000 of smokes by
Thank
now.
you, Topple.
Right. Yeah. And you know who did that? Neil Diamond, the guy who sings "Sweet Caroline."
Oh, yeah.
He used to smoke to keep his voice
Did he?
raspy, to keep that, that little. edge
Seriously?
to it. Yeah, totally.
Smart man.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is he still around?
Lung cancer, dead. No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
Still alive.
That particular song, "Sweet Caroline," is now an absolute anthem here. If you go to a major sporting event, like especially boxing, football, if it's like a final or whatever, it's the whole crowd sing it from both sides. It's just like a massive song.
I'm going to explain to you why that is, Lee, in about 1 minute right here. So,
Yeah.
the Boston Red Sox have had that for about 30 years on their seventh inning stretch. For the past, I don't know how many years, 20-something years, John Henry, owner of the Boston Red Sox, now recently he bought Liverpool.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
so
a supporter. Yeah.
He started he brought it over from the Boston Red Sox to Liverpool.
Right.
Right. So he's kind of injected it into the British culture by bringing it over as a song to his sports
English
team.
culture, yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
it's totally definitely something we've done here, and it's to the point now here in Boston, the fans that sing along and dance and get up, they're called pink hats, and nobody likes them. Like the diehard fans that have the official scorer's book will not sing along with Sweet Caroline. But all the 20-something millennials and shit are all can't get enough of that shit. So it's you'll get sick of it. It might take some time, but
yeah.
And also, bonus fact, it was written for Caroline Kennedy.
Oh, wow.
So yeah,
Man.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
When the Blues won the Stanley
Oh my
Cup a
gosh.
couple of years ago, it was that Gloria song from the 80s, and it was it got so old so quick.
Gloria.
Oh my God, dude. Everywhere you went, you would hear that.
That is horrible.
It was horrible.
There's 3 Glorias, and that's the worst one. U2 does a song called Gloria, which is better. And then there's an old song that the Doors cover,
GLORIA.
Oh, yeah,
That's
yeah.
a good
Yeah,
song.
that's a good one.
They
Yeah.
picked the worst fucking Gloria.
Yeah, they did.
I think I got your number.
Oh, man.
Horrible.
I feel like there was some kind of reason behind it, but it wasn't a good reason.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I channeled Based Welshman and put a link in the private chat. So,
Oh, did you? You want
okay.
you want him to
don't
show
have
it?
Well, no, you don't have to show it, but I'm just saying, if you want to click on it, I've got something there in case he doesn't show up today.
Okay.
Where? I don't
I
see
did
it.
see that.
And in the private chat. Well, I don't see nothing in the private chat.
JC was a Star
It must have done
Wars
before I came in here, maybe.
Yeah, it was. It was.
I could
And
post
it
it
is
again.
really amazing. It's total serial killer porn.
Oh no!
No, not serial killer
Getting a drink.
pornography, literally, more like interesting serial killer fact sort of thing, I should say.
Here, I copied a second one for you.
Oh, thanks, man. I really appreciate that. Happy birthday, by the way. You don't look a day over 40.
Thank you. I feel every year of my 60 years.
There's
I
our
know
board,
I know
Mark.
that feeling. Oh man, closing in on 70, unfortunately.
You know,
Year and a half away. Go ahead, Steve.
interesting fact about Martin, the one day a year he doesn't wear green, March 17th. No. Yeah, exactly. U2's Gloria is way better. There you go, Martin. Although a lot of you guys, everyone hates Bono around here, right? Everyone's anti-Bono.
I hate his pomposity. That's what I hate.
Yes, same here.
There's definitely musicians I hate worse, like that Korn lead singer.
Jonathan?
Yeah, that
Boom, bop,
who's the boss? Who's that guy? The
Bruce
boss.
Springsteen.
Yeah, that dude. I can't stand that.
Wait, you went from Jonathan to Springsteen?
I'm just
Or what?
listing off the ones. I can't help what genre they're from.
Wait, is it Jonathan because of his singing and Bruce because of his political bullshit?
Oh no, I don't care. I would never judge actor or musician of any type based on their political beliefs. I think that's ridiculous. I hear people they're like, "Oh, I'm never gonna watch one of his movies again." I'm like, "Give me a break."
Right. Oh, this is a great segue into something.
What do you think about? Have you must have seen the broadcast of Arnold Schwarzenegger
Yeah,
talking to the Ukrainians.
Wow,
What do you think of that?
My brother from another mother. I was just about to bring that up.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll tell you his misstep. Everyone knows he had one major misstep in that. It was
Cool.
equating January 6th to the Russia invasion in my mind. I think that turned a lot
he
of people
did?
off.
It
Yeah.
turned me off, that's for sure.
I just shared it. I never even watched it.
No, because I know, I think the context, the content of his message and the context was solid. And I thought that the history he added to it was poignant, good, regarding his father. And then he decided to throw the comparison to January 6th in, and I think that was a misstep because
For what reason? I mean, what could possibly be?
well, he said that we had it happen over here
Yeah.
with January 6th with the insurrection, and they tried to he said something like overthrow the government.
He
Right.
said overthrow the government. That's what he said.
It was fucking stupid comparison because he's doing pretty much what I think he thinks is a good thing there. But then when he threw that in, I was like, dude, come on.
Well, he's a staunch Republican, isn't he? I'm surprised he feels that way.
Yeah, well, one thing,
His own
one
mind,
statement, his most hated statement by a lot of Republicans, Aphid, is the worst president the United States has ever had is Donald J. Trump. That's from his mouth, dude.
No, that wouldn't bother me so much if he said that.
No, but it does alienate him
Yeah.
amongst a wing of the Republican Party.
About
So-
half of it, statistically.
Half, huh?
Yeah, that's about right.
What do we have? 1 out of 2 in this room, so I guess that's right, huh? I mean, no, but seriously,
I really think that was a misstep. But did you guys find anything besides that? The rest of his message, how did you take? Well, not well.
I didn't listen that closely. I mean, I
it-
did listen to it, but it just sounded like he was just opining just to get some airtime, much as
I,
anything.
I thought it was well done, but I don't think anybody is going to watch it in Russia. So
Right.
I think it's a lot. It's kind of it's a version of virtue signaling. It's only
Right.
going to be watched by people in America and in the West who are going to think, oh, this guy's such a great guy.
Yeah,
Nobody in Russia is
he
gonna
got
see
talked
it.
about, and that's
So
fine.
true. So true.
Totally,
yeah.
totally. No, but reports are, according to the AP, that people in the USSR have seen it. So we'll just believe that random report.
Yeah, I'm
That
sure it's true.
You'll see one line in a story about it that says reports are it's getting through to the USSR.
Did you see the? That reminds me of something that came out yesterday or today in a newspaper called the Times of the UK. I don't really
Yeah.
know what that is, but apparently they had some video of some ISS cosmonauts that were dressed in
Yes.
like a yellow shirt,
Crazy.
and
That's
the
right,
Times the Times sort of implied, but they didn't. They sort of implied that they were wearing this as a bold statement of support against the war.
Absolutely right. Yeah,
And
it
then
is.
that was always unlikely, but then someone pointed out that they'd worn these in previous missions.
Right.
I thought it was the Lance Armstrong "One Nut Live Strong" movement.
The one nut support thing.
Yes, yes.
What's really interesting about that as well is, you're right. The Times covered it. I think one or two maybe other papers covered it, but the Times is regarded, so is you've got certain titles that are called like the Sun, the Mirror. It's kind of real, not serious news. Yeah,
The
it makes
tabloid.
it points and it gets behind certain governments that it supports, whatever. But the Times is sort of read by what you could consider more the elite. Do you know what I mean? It's a big, broad sheet. It's a huge paper that you open up, and very interesting that they covered it as well. I think just because of who they aim their readership at. So,
The ones who drive the Bentleys.
yeah, you're right. Absolutely, yeah. So,
Okay.
but it's just. I don't know whether it's just propaganda and it's trying to influence that set of people as well. I don't know. We've had here, the government decided that they'd open it up. If anybody wanted to take a Ukrainian family into their house, obviously if it's big enough, that came into law this week, and they can stay here for 3 years. Whether there's an extension to that after, I don't know. Who knows? But so they can stay here for 3 years. And within hours, there was over 20,000 people that had volunteered to do that. And now it's over 100,000 that are willing to take families into their homes that are fleeing the Ukraine.
Wow.
Well, amazing. Yeah.
I'm taking one in. Just
yeah,
one.
but she's 22, isn't she?
Well, fortunately, it's just women and children. So
yeah. Yeah.
The other news is that the New York Times, in somewhere in like their 20th paragraph of some story, finally admitted that the Hunter Biden laptop was all authentic.
It was like on the 23rd page of
right. It was way buried in the story.
Yeah,
but,
but they did.
That's creating quite some news here, and from the papers are quite into this one, and then they're saying, obviously, well, if that was reported by your media to be true at the time, then it could have well meant that Trump ended up winning the election.
I don't know about that. I mean, to tell you the truth, the dude smoked some crack. He had some stripper. Whatever.
Well, the interesting part is not what Hunter did. It's the part that looks like that Joe Biden was potentially involved in some shady deals in Ukraine.
There were $2 billion scenarios. There was the $1 billion takeaway from China.
The China thing and Burisma is the other.
And then the $1 billion Burisma, right?
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
about
that's right,
What about
yeah.
CrowdStrike?
I was reading.
Well,
I
I
tried
mean-
to
Clown Strike?
go on. Sorry.
Go ahead. Go
No,
ahead.
CrowdStrike.
Go ahead.
Don't you remember from that beautiful phone call? They say CrowdStrike.
Oh, that's right. Was that the one where Trump called Zelensky
Yeah.
and asked him to kind of? He implied that they wouldn't get those Javelin missiles unless Zelensky turned up dirt on Biden.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It was beautiful.
There
beautiful
really
phone
is
call.
no end of the sleaze, no matter where.
Jeez,
No
yeah.
matter where you look,
Wow,
is there?
that just blew my mind. He did that with the guy who's now getting bombed. I can't believe I had
Well,
forgotten that.
Those
little-
javelins are what's
He did
helping
send him
him.
the javelins after all because he had no way to.
There was no way he was going to not be able to send them to him.
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
doesn't
could
actually control that, anyways.
when he's by himself on a telephone call, threatening, bullying some poor
Yeah.
little Ukrainian dude. He can make that guy think all he wants.
Oh,
but
Right.
when
with
word gets
ha-
out, those weren't going to not go over there.
Wait a second.
Exactly.
With half of the the intelligence apparatus on either side listening to the phone call, it wasn't just him talking to the guy. I mean, it wasn't. It was not an impeachable situation. I'll say
mean,
that.
They've been recording presidents since.
I would have impeached him for that.
since the
It wasn't
60s.
swampy at all. He was there to clean that swamp out, and he did a good job of it.
Well,
You could drink from that water when he was done.
improvement over 44 and 46. I'll say that.
He used clean coal to clean that swamp.
Well, no, that was Bush.
Well, I think that was one
W.
thing that.
Hey, you getting on W now? Oh,
Well, Hillary, I think one of her major mistakes was when Hillary said, we're gonna kill coal. We're gonna stop coal. We're gonna coal will never
Oh,
happen.
Oh,
Do
that
you
was
remember that?
Terrible mistake.
Huge mistake.
I mean,
something. The basket of
It was just one of her numerous
the basket
mistakes.
of what
Deplorables.
deplorables.
Did
That
you
was a
use a
huge
lot of coal?
mistake.
That was self-inflicted all the way. That was a self.
That became a bumper sticker, dude. I mean, shit. As much as that, though, Trump had another one where something he called her a nasty woman or something, or
Oh yeah. And then half of the feminists in the entire United States started calling themselves nasty women.
Do
I
you actually
honestly
mine
think
a lot of coal in the USA then?
We did.
we used to.
A lot of natural gas, a lot of frackable coal.
The
frackable.
The
Yeah,
amount of
because I just thought you
coal
were
has
oil
been
rich.
going
I
down
didn't realize.
every year.
Yeah.
But it was important in some swing states like Pennsylvania and.
All right, we're gonna have shortly. Mr. Gregory Topol is gonna come on and stump for Biden for us here. I'm really excited for that. Hopefully, he has a shirt on and pants.
I
And,
might have to give him airtime.
Well, I don't
Yeah.
think we can't
He
ask
was
for
polite.
all those.
Yeah,
things.
He was
He
polite
puts
enough
it-
to stay up until I
That's
got
a pretty
up.
high bar.
Yeah, that
don't you
could be our
think?
Right,
opening
let's
offer.
just say
We'll
shirt
have to
or
settle for that.
pants. Most best would be pants, possibly a shirt. I don't know, whatever. We'll just get the
It's
guy
a-
on here.
It's a negotiation.
Right, exactly.
Hey,
He's
do you-
like a- he's-
Do you guys
Talk
think,
like-
right?
Go
I'll direct this question. I'll direct this question at Last Dance first, just because of his job that he did, and then obviously I want all your opinions as well. But do you really think that maybe Putin made a move on Ukraine because of the way you handled Afghanistan?
No,
God, it's hard to tell anything on
no,
geopolitical.
I don't think. At least it does nothing to do with Afghanistan per se. He may have made some kind of a judgment about Biden and his, I don't know, his toughness. Whatever he judged, he misjudged. That's for sure. But I don't think it had anything in particular to do with Afghanistan. No,
Yeah, it's hard to
You know,
know.
that is just my
'cause it was
opinion. I have
report-
no
it was reported-
inside knowledge.
It was reported here that the Biden administration had shown to be so weak over Afghanistan that it sort of prompted Biden to think, do you know what? I can take this guy on.
He screwed the pooch pretty bad, with how he handled Afghanistan.
I'm one of those who thinks he did the right thing, and it was not a sign of weakness.
Yeah, it was a hard call to make one way or the other, but
It's almost the complete opposite of
Right.
weakness because he was the only.
Well-
Every politician wanted to get us out of there, but they knew that it would kill their. There was no
that's
good way
interesting
to.
then, because
there was no good way to do it, so it was always going to be bad on your poll
Is it
numbers, so they would never
Bagram
do
or
it.
Bagram or Bagram Air Force Base?
Bagram.
Bagram. You know, I mean,
Bagram.
No,
Bagram.
M, dude, M.
Bagram.
There you go.
I said
M-
it right. You just
M as
misheard
in-
me.
M as in
No,
Nancy.
no.
Well, that's really interesting because, like I said, here it's been reported quite heavily the fact that
Wow.
if it hadn't been for the fact the way that the USA had pulled out of Afghanistan, then it wouldn't have given Putin the confidence to invade Ukraine. Yeah, so
It was
that's
weird.
really interesting.
It was weird. They thought. I mean, my understanding, and any of you can correct me on any of this, if you know, and if you feel like it, is that they thought that by training up all the Afghan soldiers, that they were going to fight, for weeks and weeks, and instead, as soon as the paycheck quit coming in from the United States,
Nobody believed that.
some people did.
That's what they said, but they knew that as soon as the community, the defense community that trained them knew as soon as the U.S. pulled out, they would all disappear just instantly.
There are many regimes where that hasn't happened, and I don't think it was a
I mean,
given. You might.
Personally, I'm
but
I'm glad he's done it. It was probably always going to be messy anyway, but it's about getting those boys back home and being
Yeah, I
alive
mean-
and not.
And girls.
second guessing is always,
And
they say.
Tesla Rocks here says 13 soldiers dead because of Biden. So he's talking about, I assume, the ones that were killed by the bomb, right?
Right.
I'm sorry, did Biden bring the bomb in and plant and blow them up, or was that an extremist Islamist terrorist? Or
Well, what Tesla's suggesting is that when they were pulling out, that they didn't do it in such a way as to kind of secure the areas that they were vacating, which left a vacuum that was exploited by terrorists.
of course.
Back in the-
I can't say whether that's true or not, but I'm somewhat skeptical but it might be true. I don't know.
It very well might be. But also what I wonder in that situation was it did seem like there was I'm gonna mute Lee. He can unmute himself.
Right.
Yeah, he's talking to people.
All right. So my thought with it was it seemed like there was a lack of solid preparation.
Lips hate the facts.
What are you reading?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Did you go to my link?
I was reading Tesla Rocks. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom.
Yeah,
of,
you fit
buddy.
lib. You fucking hate the facts, lib.
I'm sorry.
Fact hater.
No, he might be saying libs to me. That's fine. I mean, I
think he is. I think he is.
I think it would make more
Us
sense.
alt-feed
to me.
liberals.
Yeah, which is fine. It's not true that my line is not liberal, nor is it conservative. I'm an unusual guy, like most of you guys are too. We pick and choose from either side, and it's not a blanket statement.
That's the way to be.
You have to. Maybe we're all Tea Party guys.
No,
Woo!
you don't have to be in any party.
Damn right.
You just don't.
I'll go to a party.
There's no way what I am. I'm just like, I hope humanity survives party.
Right.
I think they definitely underestimated how strong or how weak, I should say, the Afghanis were able to take care of themselves. But I think they knew that way longer than they let on to. I think they knew it before they left Bagram. They knew that because it looked like they just left, abandoned ship, took off out of there super fast. And I think they knew back then that it was going to be a shit show.
I remember Iraq, after
I'm gonna unplug the headphones and keep listening.
after several years, but while Bush was still in power, people were getting restless. They were saying, why isn't the new Iraq army trained up? Why can't we leave? And some guy who owned like a restaurant. He had like a sign. He put on his restaurant sign. He put something. He'd start putting political messages, and one of them was something like, "What's the deal? U.S. 6 weeks of boot camp and you're ready to go. Iraq, 5 years and $100 billion and still can't defend your own country."
Oh, it's it was crazy that they expected Iraq to embrace democracy, embrace
But
freedom.
that was 5 years. Afghanistan's like 20 years, and
Right.
it was even worse than that.
Yeah, I mean, it just.
Yeah, I bet they're probably, I don't know what's going on over there right now because no one cares, which is kind of what I predicted, back when the whole thing fell away. Nobody cares what's going on over there.
Yeah.
But I bet that they're, I think they just, whatever is somewhat stable, or to them stable, doesn't mean that, we might not understand it at all and think it's horrible, but to them, they'd rather have that than, two sides fighting all the time.
You can't pull third world and developing second world economies and political, schemes in countries up to first world like that. It can't be done. And yet we've had, first Western world political leaders think that they're just going to, drop these wonderful, freedom flakes all over the rest of the world, and it's all going to happen. It's like, God damn, guys, come on.
One thing you never can do is change the culture there, and that's usually the source of all this trouble.
Right.
Even in Ukraine, where after 2014 we threw tons of money and weapons.
Yeah.
It's basically a corrupt country. It's always going to be a corrupt,
very corrupt country. Yeah,
and,
I decided to do a little bit of research this week and thought, okay, just look at their history. And
Afghanistan or Iraq?
No, this would be
Ukraine.
Ukraine. Yeah.
Ukraine. Okay, excuse me.
Yeah, and there's a company here called Ernst and Young, which is a big.
I know that company. I know.
Yeah, law firm. It's probably global. Yeah. They you can download this PDF report actually. They were charged with looking at the Ukraine on the basis of whether they should agree to giving $700 million, might have been pounds, I'm not sure, from the IMF. And their conclusion was, after they did the report, that I think it was the 122nd most corrupt and fraudulent country in the world, and yet Russia was 146 or 144. So it was, and it stemmed from the government, obviously, as right through to the police force, even through to the healthcare system as well. Right. And they denied the payment to go through, based on, get a load of this. This is really interesting. Based on the fact that they would give the money, but the leadership had to change because they thought the corruption solely led with him. And I think in 2008 he fled, or was it 2000? I think he fled the country. And then there was a gentleman called Shokin, who was president. And then, whether we believe this or not, but he was denied the money unless he cleared up the corruption and fraudulent behavior that was going on. But at that time, Biden's son, whose name escapes me at this moment in time, Hunter, yeah, was in the Ukraine working for Burisma, I think, which is that energy company.
400 grand a year.
Yeah,
not,
and he
not
was
what you would call a super wealthy salary, but certainly damn good money, no matter where.
Yeah, absolutely. And
not
then
bad for
he was making recommendations that even Shokin should be removed, and they put Zelensky in. And consequently, that's what's happened. So, a bit of a conspiracy there that the Americans have maneuvered a leader into place so they can get the money that they want, and also put pressure on the Soviet Union.
On Netflix, there's a real good movie called Winter of Fire that is about the Ukrainian.
It is good. That's a good movie.
It is, and you've got to decide for yourself when you see that what's propaganda and what's real, journalistic coverage of what actually happened.
They're going in the right direction. They were not so much right now currently.
Well, what's interesting is that the U.S., all these countries, Europe, in Europe and the U.S. and even Canada have announced they're
I'll be right back.
pushing weapons into Ukraine. $800 million, I think the U.S. announced. And
Unbelievable.
I just, I certainly understand the desire to get them weapons to defend themselves, but you're pushing all of this valuable stuff into a corrupt culture, and you'll be lucky if a tenth of that makes its way to actual defenders in Ukraine.
Yeah.
I think it's going to show up everywhere but the troops in Ukraine.
Right.
That's a
Black
good
market,
point.
it'll get sold
That's a
on.
real
Who
good
knows where it'll probably end up in Russian hands.
I mean, they probably know that going into it,
Yeah, I
and
know.
Still
they
think
know
it's worth it.
I guess I don't. Yeah, I mean, it's you give it to them, or we take it ourselves. I'd rather give it to them, or just
Right.
forget
That was another major sort of criticism when you left Afghanistan. I mean, it was being reported here that you left billions of pounds worth of technology there in terms of helicopters and tanks and all in the hands of people that really don't like you. It's a bit odd.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little skeptical that that's the. Whoa!
Jeez. Is that
That's
Smoke
right.
Steve?
No.
Yeah, it's
It's my-
him. He got
It was
that.
my, it was
Oh,
my
oh,
phone.
okay, it's Lee Howells.
Yeah,
I'm rolling
sorry.
a joint here, dude.
Oh, it really wasn't you, huh?
No.
You had
Oh.
a guilty look on your face.
No, it was me. It was me. It was my phone.
Oh.
I got my scissors.
Guilty for different reasons.
Seems like helicopters, they have to be maintained constantly, or they're not taking off.
Yeah, almost.
Yeah, but I'm
every
just
day.
thinking about how that technology could be sold. Do you know what I mean? So for a prime example, we've got these helicopters here with the latest technology on. Here you are, Russia. Do you know what I mean? Or
I-
I'm guessing, and I don't mean to jump in on your last dance, but I'm guessing that they didn't leave, the anything that probably we couldn't Google right now and find.
That's what I'm guessing too, and I'm really hopeful. But on the other hand, we do so many stupid things.
Yeah, there's
It
no
wouldn't
doubt
surprise
that there
me if
was
somebody-
something careless.
Hey,
there.
oops! I forgot about that stealth helicopter we left in the basement of that building in
Right.
Afghanistan.
It probably, I'm sure there's a little bit, but the overall, what they left behind was expendable, I guess. Is that what you would say?
Yeah, that's good to know because it's just interesting how it's reported here. You see, and it was
Well,
like-
that's how it's reported here too. But I mean,
Oh, is it?
oh, sure it is. Well, depending on what source you get your news from. But yeah, everything you've said that is reported over there. About how Biden did and Hunter involved with Ukraine. That's reported over here as well. They're just, it depends on. There's so many things reported. There's the ridiculousness on the complete other side that's reported as well. You just gotta.
To get the real deal, you need to go to Britbart. Yeah, that's it. Just kidding. Do you guys not know Britbart?
Breitbart.
Breitbart?
Yes, and I do know Breitbart.
B-R-E-I-T.
It's by that freak Paul
Just get a drink.
Manafort, right?
That's
That's
the
it.
bright about it. Hey, what, Steve?
Paul Manafort, right?
Hold
that
down
what
the
it's
Manafort.
Oh
man,
yeah, he was a good guy, wasn't he?
Oh, did he start Breitbart? Wasn't that his
Look for
joint?
Breitbart. Okay.
Was it? I don't know.
No, I don't think so. I don't.
Breitbart started from a guy named Andrew Breitbart.
I'm teasing.
I thought Manafort was heavily involved. No,
He's
negative.
just-
He might have been. I don't know.
Maybe he was. I don't know.
Breitbart was actually, not.
You seem pretty confident, Smoke Steve.
Horrifyingly ridiculous.
Sometimes the mind.
in their
Well,
development.
every time I doubt you really pull through, and I always
That's
have
why
to give you
I'm
credit.
always hedging my bets
I
when
know.
he says something.
I know.
They go the other way.
I
Then.
don't remember that.
Mother
but-
Jones is where you get the real truth. Yes.
Oh God, they're awful.
All right, let me.
It's
look it up.
horrifying. It's horrifying. B-R-E-I-T-B-A-R-T. B-A-R-T. Breitbart.
Did any of you guys watch any of the interviews with now I can't think of his name. The oh man,
Respect.
the Attorney General. He was making the rounds because he's got a book coming out.
Bill Barr.
Trump's attorney. Yeah.
Bill Barr.
Did you guys watch any of the
No, I
interviews
didn't.
with him?
For him again, even with all his warts and picadillos and everything else, he'd still vote for him again.
Yeah, I know, but it was funny because before he said that, he was like he didn't think that
He's
he
honest.
was like Trump should ever be president, and is a bad person, unstable and shouldn't be in office, and then he said, "Oh yeah, I'd vote for him again, as long as it's not the enemy."
Bill Barr for president. That's it.
It's just amazing that somebody could, you know,
He's a
realize
character.
something could be that wrong, but just for political reasons would rather that person be in
Well,
office.
For the fact that he's better than the alternative, that's the reason.
I mean,
think
but
I-
even if it
I
was a
think
more
I was-
stable person in his eyes, I think he would still vote for.
I think I was thinking of Steve Bannon, so I may have been wrong.
Oh, yeah.
that sounds right.
Bannon
Yeah.
is a character. Bannon
A different slime ball.
was consigliere for Trump.
It's funny.
for
People
2016.
talk about Jeff Sessions and Bill Barr as a part of the deep state, and they forget that these were people who were handpicked by Trump.
Yeah.
Absolutely handpicked by Trump, and Trump loved them until they wouldn't do
Right.
his dirty bidding,
It's
and
big.
then they became part of the deep state.
Right.
Oh my!
It's funny. It's funny that people just don't
Thank you,
pick up
Sammy
on
Cat.
those. I wouldn't even call them subtle clues.
Well, it took a few years for me to start not feeling the love.
Oh,
But-
Sammy Cap is 60?
She's wishing me a 60th birthday.
Well, she says welcome to the club, like she's part of
Oh.
it.
Oh
I'm
no!
glad to be part of any
She's
club
in
you're
her
in, Sammy.
40s. Don't go there with Sammy Cat. That's not fair.
Well, I mean, she's the one that said welcome to the club, like
Well,
she's.
not her
Maybe she
club.
meant the over 40 club.
Did she say to my club? No, she did not.
Yeah, but you would have been welcome 20 years ago.
She's
Well,
virtually.
she didn't know how old I was until I announced my actual age. I could
Well,
have
she's
been
saying
40.
happy 60th.
I can't
Welcome to the
comment
club.
That was
on
today, I said.
anything.
I think. Well, I mean, she's the one that commented on it.
Let us not
Steve.
cast aspersions.
No, I can't comment on her comment
All right.
regarding any ages of women.
Let us
Let's
not
just
discuss these women.
let's just say I'm real good at math.
We want to all survive
Okay.
this evening.
Let's save it.
Let us-
Uh,
Oh, I got those two things. I feel like there's
she said it herself. Sorry.
she's a young 60.
oh,
I have no doubt.
oh.
Smokesteve, I have my two things. You want me to do one of them? Seems like a good point to
Let's
throw one in.
roll.
All right.
Are you married, Sammy Cat?
She's not married. She's single.
Oh,
Oh, well.
so you can comment on that, but you can't comment on.
I can comment on that, just not age.
Absolutely not.
You got to know where the third rail is, and age is definitely on the third rail.
That's right. Across all cultures, there is a third rail that you do not cross.
Exactly. Now, choose your moment wisely.
That's right. My cats are quite old, I tell you.
All right.
They can't. They have no recourse against me.
All right. We're gonna do a little segment here.
Oh, Joe, I got music.
I do.
Oh man, this is great.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Yeah. We're gonna do this. Wait. Solo layout or no?
Yeah. Oh yeah. We got.
Oh, so
Do I? Well, wait till you're done with the music, right?
put us aside.
Because then what am I gonna do while I'll look funny while
You
you're
look weird
playing.
on there.
Yeah.
Aphid Labs minute. Here we go.
Oh man, that is. Oh, that's great.
Is that tight or what? All right. Let's roll with it.
All right.
The Aphid Lip minute.
Oh, look, I'm on full screen. Okay, we'll just go with the top one. Okay. I'm tired. All right, I'm tired of seeing memes of dead electric cars being towed by gas-powered trucks. I'm tired of seeing diesel-powered generators charging a Tesla. By the way, this is like on social media that I'm talking about. I'm tired of hearing how if everyone had an electric car or our electrical grid would be overwhelmed. Every major car company and pretty much exclusively new car companies are all going electric. I believe every major car company. Well, I read it wrong. I'm not reading. I believe in 10 years, 50% of all forms of transportation will be electric. Arguably, the biggest reason of conflict over the last century has been fighting over oil. We didn't keep burning candles and using gas-powered lights because we didn't have a proper electrical grid. No family sits around a radio to get their news and entertainment. We look to see what headlines is on the front page of websites, not printed on paper. Remember 5 years ago we'd point out a Tesla? Now we see them at every stoplight. Who's going to buy a $1.5 million McLaren when you get scared pulling up next to a soccer mom on the way to getting her nails done with 2 kids in the back seat? Haven't you learned anything? Your fucking stupidity is keeping me up at night. Just stop because I'm tired. That was the
Thank
the
you,
first-
Les Nessman.
That was the first aphid lip minute. Okay, you can take me off full screen. I got another one later on, by the way.
Yeah.
I got to say something. If we're doing critiques here, you got to rehearse these better.
Yeah, well, I didn't. I typed these out at 4 o'clock this morning when I woke up. The next one I'll put. It was my first one. Come on, Last Dance.
I mean, haven't you ever watched Brian Williams? You need to tear up.
Yeah, I do. Well, I was there.
Okay.
No, the next one I'm gonna put. The next one I'll give you. I don't think you guys have covered it yet, but it's the swimmer.
All right. Yeah, I knew that.
The swimmer. I wasn't sure if you were talking about.
Oh,
Leah
it's a swimmer. It's a swimmer.
It was either Leah Thomas or one of your sperm that it made your son.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure which one you were going to talk about.
You know what? I'm on a roll here, Smokesteve. I don't know if you want to do another intro.
I just wanted to.
That's your opinion, Abe.
But I'm feeling this. I think I'm on fire. I'm sure the viewership has doubled.
I wanted to discuss it. I wanted to.
Okay, yeah, let's discuss
Double over
it.
laughing.
Let's discuss it. Wait, let me get a beer. Hold on, I'll be back in 0.3 seconds.
Yeah.
Point 1, point 2, point 3.
Wow, look at random
Wow.
numbers there.
Point 2, point 3. You did come back.
8% natty daddy. What's
No, we
natty
got, I do got to hold out Natty Daddy upstairs, but it's collecting dust because I can't go there.
Back out.
All right.
I just said back out. I'm like, you got some back out upstairs, but I meant back up, not back out. Woo! All right, yeah.
Yeah, let's discuss it.
Wow.
Smokesteve, you feeling me? You know where I'm
Yeah,
coming
all right,
from?
here we go. Now, let me say one thing about Teslas. They are fucking fast, kid. I mean, Jesus. Even the regular, what is that? What the fuck is there?
I think it's Lee again. I think it's Lee
yeah.
again.
So these things
Making
can
knackeries.
easily beat, like you just said, a McLaren. And if you said 150,000, that would be the low level.
No, I said a 1.5 million
1.5 million. That's
for a
that's-
McLaren.
That's the big boy McLaren. And yeah, these Teslas can match or beat any of those hypercars. They don't even call them supercars anymore.
Right.
Uh,
Oh, you gotta mute him. I can't hear what you're saying.
He's grinding up a squirrel there.
I know.
Squirrel's winning.
It's a fight.
I
It's a
kicked
fight.
him off the street. Now he's back in. Yeah.
That guy's 100%
there we
true.
go. So, yeah, you know that guy donut operator? We all watch him. He just bought a fucking Plaid.
Yeah, he did.
The real deal.
That's
Now-
the typical YouTube star does that.
He
What's
had
a Plaid?
he had a
That's
Tesla Plaid. It's really fast.
That's the super
Tesla.
duper
High-end
fast one.
Tesla? Okay.
It's faster than pretty much any other car made.
Okay.
I mean, that's all there is to say about it.
Now, the billionaire Manny Koshman, who's an incredible car collector.
Oh, I know that dude.
He let a little cat out of the bag when he said that he got a text that fucking Elon Musk said he's not going to do a Plaid Plus. So Manny had to get just a Plaid. But there was going to be, if you can believe it, a Plaid Plus, which would have been even faster than the fastest car you could buy.
Well, Elon's smart. He'll just wait till the hype. You know, there's still a huge hype on the Plaid. You know, in a year or two, when that's died down, he'll do a Plaid Plus.
Yeah, and Manny made a good point. He's like, you know what, this thing is so fast, yet it's
And if he says there's not going to be a Plaid Plus, then more people are going to go ahead and buy one now, just like he did, So
yeah, but the market is there. There is not a two-door electric car that is really fast. They're all four-door sedans. Even the Porsche Taycan, four-door sedan, also fast, but still. They need to make a really light carbon fiber one that is just going to be the absolute destroyer of everything.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is that's what everybody's going to, they see that, and that's what they're going to put all their money into. It has nothing to do with what the government's going to do about global warming or anything. That's just where things are going to go, So what I'm saying is when I see these people, putting these stupid pictures of just saying how this electric car thing is not gonna ever catch on,
But I love those
just
pictures.
saying you're so stupid for thinking this electric car thing is gonna catch. The electric car thing's already happened. It's over with.
Oh, I know
and I'm not happy about it. I'd rather see a McLaren and hear the sound of a 12-cylinder engine over nothing. But it's just what's gonna happen, and it's over with.
When I bought my Mazda 323 in 1987, my thinking was this will be the next car I buy will be an electric car. And I kept that 1987 323 all the way until 2005. And they didn't really have much in the way of electric cars then, so I got a Prius. But they didn't have Priuses in 1987, So I mean, I think there is demand for electric vehicles, and I think as that demand is satisfied, more people will be interested in them, and I don't think it's going away. I think it's only going to increase.
So you laugh when you see those pictures too, Last Dance, don't you?
Oh, I especially love the one with the generator on the trailer.
Right.
Plugged into the Tesla, and they added a real dark smoke coming out.
Right. And that's proof. That's so proof that electric cars aren't. Just that picture alone is just. See, you guys are all so stupid. This is a diesel-powered van pulling a diesel-powered generator, charging a Tesla.
I don't think of it as serious. I think of it as funny.
No. I'm telling you right now, there's people that I know that have shared that exact picture you're talking about. When they have had serious discussions in the past about how stupid anyone is thinking that the electric car thing is the wave of the future.
Well, they're up to, I think, the new Mustangs by Ford. They're Mustang E or Mach-E, whatever the fuck they are.
Yeah.
Kind of a hybrid SUV. I think they look kind of sharp.
If they wouldn't have called it they should have called it something else other than a Mustang.
Yeah, that was...
What
I don't
were
know.
the
I just don't get
Toyota electric cars called?
Toyota?
Yeah, Toyotas. The ones back around 2000 and a little earlier.
Priuses.
Priuses. Yeah, my brother has had his Prius for 23 years now. It's amazing. The same car is like, God, I wish I'd had the discipline.
So Last Dance has. You still driving that Prius?
No. I got rid of it.
Do you got a new electric vehicle?
I got rid of it at 210,000 miles. I got rid of it.
If I had a newer electric vehicle, or would you rather not say?
This was my wife got sick and she had her own vehicle, so she wasn't able to drive at that point, so I got rid of my car and just took her.
If I'd had the discipline to stay
SUV
with a healthy vehicle that I've had, that I had in the early 2000s, I'd be worth about $70,000-$80,000 more than I am now. Because one vehicle after another, I just couldn't resist, luxury vehicles. Then when I got married again in the 2013, I guess was, I started trading back down to provide more money for my step family. And I mean, I owned like 4 or 5 different vehicles when I could have owned just the one vehicle from the turn of the century. And like I said, somewhere around 70, 80,000 probably I would have saved by not buying one vehicle. I mean, I had Mercedes, BMWs, Acura, now I'm down to high. I got the use out of it.
You got to enjoy them, and
I love
what's your enjoyment worth?
Fair trade.
70, 80,000.
I'm in the Cypher. I'm in the same boat. We've always figured a certain amount we were going to spend a month.
You've got
And-
that one wonderful, thing in your garage. It's a, what's the right word to call
Mrs.
that
Lip?
thing?
The car or the SUV?
No, that's horrible. The car. That
He doesn't
one-
just
the
keep her in
car.
the garage.
The
He puts her
Corrado.
in-
It's
He puts her in the
dusty.
house.
Yeah.
The
Thing is
Corrado.
a classic is what I'm trying to think of. And that, sheesh, before it's all over, you'll sell that thing for 3-4 times what you originally bought it for.
It's worth that much more than I bought it for now.
Yeah, cool. That's
But
great.
it's sitting in my garage. I've thought about selling it different times, and it wouldn't be sitting in my garage. It wouldn't be mine.
Oh, well, that's noble.
But what you're saying, we've always bought the oldest vehicle
I'll give you
that
mine.
had the lowest amount of miles on it, and we found a sweet spot where we were comfortable with that monthly payment, and we've pretty much stayed on that track for years. And we were able, because luxury vehicles lose so much of their value once you drive them off the lot. If you pick one that's reliable, or what we've done is made sure we had a warranty that was going to last the amount of time that we own that vehicle, that it didn't matter how reliable it was, because they would take care of it for free, basically.
Right.
Although that's not always what's cracked up to be. Sometimes
You have to play that warranty game properly. Yeah.
we had a Audi S4, which is like a souped up four-door
Nice.
car, little smaller car, but it has a real high performance engine in it and everything. And it had $26,000 worth of warranty work on it, which we had the warranty on it. I will say there was a few more thousand that we actually had to pay, because when you would take it in, it'd be like $2,000 to fix it, and we'd have to come up with $500 of that or whatever. But
Deductible.
well, not that it wasn't deductible. It was just parts that were not included in the warranty. Like spark plugs and stuff like. I mean, even to change a battery is expensive as hell on a car like that.
The more elite the car, the more.
more routine maintenance it won't cover. It's more
right.
Yeah,
But the downfall is my wife had to drive a Toyota Camry for most of that time, because literally a quarter of the time we owned that vehicle, it was in getting serviced. So a quarter of the time, we were paying all these high payments. We were driving a Toyota Camry as a loaner from the dealer, that had their big sticker on the back window, or whatever. Sometimes we did get because it was a nice dealer that serviced it, and we would get nicer cars, but a lot of times it was a Toyota Camry, so we were paying all that to drive a Toyota Camry around.
I'm laughing at sidebar. It's getting funny over there on the sidebar. Pretty good.
Those Toyota Camrys, they're going for $60,000 now.
Are they?
Camrys are nice.
Yeah.
They've
The
always-
newer ones, they make one with a two-tone with a black roof and whatever body color you want, and
Hey, random goon.
they'll put 4 exhausts on the back, which is just 2 mufflers. But
Oh yeah, are you? Yeah, you talking about the pimped out one?
yeah, they're
That one,
over
it's not-
$60,000, dude.
You know that I saw with Doug DeMuro. I'm sure you know who he is.
yeah,
Smokesteve.
of course.
Okay, so that's that one you're talking about, that exact one. There's no performance upgrades on it. It's
No, it's
basically
all
all
body, but-
cosmetic.
I have my work truck's a Toyota, and I was walking around the Toyota sales place when I had some work done to it recently, and I was blown away. Fucking $65,000
Take it
for
easy
a
there,
fucking
for
Camry,
Man.
And you're right. You look at it, and it says 135 horsepower. It's not exactly
No, it's
blowing the
not.
doors off. I mean, it's not.
They just put an extra pipe coming off the exhaust, and they
Right.
make it look like it's something special, but it's not.
It's 2 exhausts, but there's.
It's
barely
probably
anything
heavy. It's
coming out
probably
of it.
heavier than the standard one, so the standard one probably is a little bit quicker.
Possible.
So if you raced each other,
Yeah, it's totally possible. Although they did come out with a new Supra. That thing does look pretty
oh
tight.
yeah, I got no complaints. I like Toyotas, man. I mean, if
Did
you
you
want
see that? The
a
new
vehicle,
Supra has a BMW engine. It looks pretty tight, dude. It's a collaboration. It's fast. It's in the 50+ grand for not the fastest thing on the road, but
a
it's
Supra.
the new ones. Yeah,
I think it's more than that, isn't it? It's got to be more than a Camry.
they're right up there together. Maybe.
Wow.
Jesus.
Oh, I think the Volkswagen Atlas looks nice. My wife wasn't a fan of it, but I thought it looked nice.
It's sharp. I've
the
seen a few.
big SUV.
I was never in Thailand. That's life, but not as we know it. I was only in the UK. I don't know where that came from, but hi there. Sidebar.
Yeah, who knows?
Yep, never in Thailand. Never in the. Married a Filipino woman. I wanted to get dual citizenship as a Filipino citizen, but that just never was to be. Never happened.
Interesting. Topple not happy with the Atlas. Interesting topic.
The Atlas. I never heard of the Atlas.
It's a big
It's like
square it off.
Yeah.
SUV
Oh, yeah?
type thing. Yeah, it's all right.
I never liked the Cube. Who put out the Cube? Who was that?
Nissan, I believe.
Ion?
Boy, that was a horrible looking.
Was it? Was Oh, maybe it was.
a big box
Which
going
was-
down the road? It was as bad as the.
I think that was the XB, right?
I don't know. There was a.
Well, no, there was one that was a Cube. I thought it was a Nissan. Let me see.
There was a
Okay.
GM model that was an XX something or something stupid sounding, and it was also a big box. It was like this stupid panel box, SUV.
Like a Borg ship. Spaceship.
Yeah,
on the
horrible
wheels.
looking. Just junk cars. Junk.
Yeah, it's Nissan.
Yeah.
Are you talking about?
That's the one. I started seeing those on the road when they first came out. It's like
So
good Lord.
aerodynamic looking.
I feel like on one side of the back window, like wrapped
Oh,
around, and on the other
Nova.
side, it didn't. It's a goofy setup.
Nova.
A Nova
Yeah.
was a car when you bought it new. Before it left the lot, it would start rusting.
I can't remember the name of the Chevrolet SUVs that
Or
were
am I
so
thinking of the Vega?
boxy. It was like a SX SBX. I don't know. I don't know what the hell it was. No telling. Maybe I should go look it up for you guys. I don't know.
Carol doesn't drive. She's
She's
got
got-
us to know that.
She's got the answer.
I think it was an eight. I'm going to go look it up, but I think it was an HHM or HHX or something like that. I'm going to go look it up.
Aztec. Aztec was totally fucking horrendous.
That thing was tight.
It had this weird angular thing on the hatch on the
Oh,
back.
man,
It was like
that
an
was-
SUV.
That was so ugly. I thought it was like a troll. But anybody who bought it they'd laugh at you back in the Pontiac storeroom.
Topple.
That was like the
Hilarious.
peak of putting plastic all around the car as much as possible. That fades, like if it's black, it fades white, like after like 3 or 4 years. But those Aztecs, they had a whole camping tent thing that would come off the back of it, and it would
Ooh.
have like a picnic table, and the back would turn into a bed. It's really
Yeah, it was an
cool.
HHR. The junk car. It was 20
Oh yeah, the HHRs. I know what you're
H-
talking about.
Yeah, they were.
That was after the PT Cruiser. That was Chevy's attempt at the retro styling.
yeah. I had one of my associates, my contemporaries in the insurance
Lee,
business.
you're muted.
Little old lady had a HHR. She a nice old lady. She taught me some
You're
things.
still muted, Lee.
Yeah, I'm just
There
sorting
you
out.
go.
There you
There we
go.
go.
I like
I'm
the
just.
before.
I've got to get. It's 20 to 1 here, and I've got an early morning tomorrow. So I just want to say good
Good
night.
to see you. Good to see
Well,
you.
Take care,
See you,
Lee.
buddy.
Always great
Take care.
talking to you, Lee.
Yeah,
See you,
you
Lee.
too. As always.
Take care,
Cheers,
buddy.
bye.
See you,
Take
man.
care.
I guess Lee usually makes a snow cone and breaks up the ice like that before he goes to bed, because that's what it
You
sounded
think that's
like he
what
was
I
doing.
thought it was a squirrel that was, opting out of being dinner.
Interesting.
Smokesteve, you want me to do my other one? I got another one.
Ooh,
This
wait a
one's-
minute.
I think
Hold
this one
on.
you guys will like better because it's more you guys.
All right, let's add
No,
this
no,
guy.
yeah, oh yeah. Let's talk to Topple. It just was a lull, so I was trying to help out.
It's good. It's good. Walls are good.
fuck.
Oh, brave Topple.
What's up? How's everybody today?
Good
Yeah.
to
See ya,
see you,
Topple.
Topple. You look kind of Castro-like with that hat.
Yeah.
What?
Well,
You need a big Cuban cigar. You look just like Fidel Castro.
You guys had a problem with the Aztec? How dare you?
I'm the only one that insulted it.
I thought it was cool.
I don't like the Incas myself.
Well, let me put it this way, Topple. I never saw the Aztec with you in it. Now, that would have changed everything.
No, it wasn't pretty either.
Then it would have been cool.
It was a free car. My Blazer, my
Exactly.
50 blew up inside. So
Oh, you had an Aztec?
no, I had my Blazer motor took a shit. So my buddy had an Aztec and he was getting rid of it. I'm like, I'll take it.
Nice. Did you like it?
I had it for a year. It was a nice car. I
Was
didn't
it?
mind it. It was just ugly as shit.
Huh.
I was a
Did you-
Pontiac fan. I like Pontiac. So
Pontiacs. Anyway, did you have the tent part that went on the back?
oh
tent-
no, I never
you
really
could-
looked in the back.
If you hate Pontiacs, because I know a Pontiac guy.
I'm not a big fan of Pontiacs.
I know a mechanic who's
Oh,
like
or-
a freak.
That was
a
like
freak for Pontiacs.
That was like all the shitty Chevys. They would just put a Pontiac. They're like, oh, this is shit. Let's just put a Pontiac label on it.
Yeah, because there was not a lot of high performance Pontiacs over the years. If you look at them,
The Grand Am was fucking pretty nice.
Oh, dude, come on now,
Really?
come
No,
on.
that's what
now.
I mean. If you actually look at the horsepower that they ever generated, they never really were like the fastest cars, right? I mean,
They had a GTO. I'll give them that.
yeah, they
Although that newer GTO, it didn't even look like a sports car.
that thing
It
looked
just-
like a Pontiac Grand Am,
It
but
did.
a little bit more smashed down to the ground.
Right.
But the original old school GTOs is one of my favorite
Yeah,
cars.
those.
But
Well, yeah.
they're worth like
After the
hundreds of thousands of dollars right now. 68, 69.
Yeah,
Once,
right.
Once you get to 70, they start to
Like the
start
Judge. The Judge, that was cool. Those cars.
worth it.
The
Who's
Judge.
got the drone going? What is
No, I think it's Mrs. Lip vacuuming upstairs, so I'll
okay,
mute
It's okay.
and then unmute when I talk.
Wow, she's vacuuming on a Saturday. Good for
I like
her.
to. I like to keep. Yeah, she didn't keep up with her duties earlier, and now she knows.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at you, cracking a whip.
All this talk of muscle cars reminds me of the movie Bullet. You know, one of the most famous chase scenes.
Steve
You know.
McQueen.
Yeah. With it was what was that
Camaro.
the Plymouth and the
I think it was a Camaro,
wasn't it one of those bird what do they call those
Roadrunner, and
Roadrunner?
and
Was that a Camaro?
No,
No, it was
two
are you talking about
cars.
Bullet? It was a Mustang.
A bullet?
It was
There you go,
Mustang.
Mustang Fastback.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's right.
And then that was Steve McQueen's car, or the bad guy's car. What was that? Was it?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't either, but some of those scenes when it looks like they sped up the film, those things are going.
Yeah.
They definitely sped up the
little bit,
film.
yeah, a little
It's
bit.
obvious.
It's
When they're going
1970s
across,
movie.
like, city streets, it's so fast through the camera. You're like, Jesus, that thing looks like fucking. It's the Millennium Falcon going in fucking astronomical speed or whatever it was.
I bet you older guys want that Dodge Daytona. That ugly long ass piece.
The new one.
No, the old ones. The one with the freaking, it was super long.
The
tail.
Superbird, like the Superbird kind with the big old
Super
wing
Yeah,
on
when
the
they
back.
did the NASCAR and shit.
The
Yeah.
giant wing on the back.
They got banned from NASCAR because they were so fast.
Well, why can't
Yeah,
you
no-
race with your brain? That's why it's so stupid.
Anybody
Those were
remember
worth like $1 million fucking dollars now, or $2 million. Those Superbirds. It's unbelievable.
anybody remember the Daytona Chaparral? It was jet powered friggin' car on the 24 Hours of Daytona, and it was just killing everybody else on the track. And the stupid driver, Phil Hill, was the driver's name. And on coming out of the infield, he smacked the outer wall and ruined the car. Not pressured, no car near him. Oh, just smacked the wall. Oh, that's the end of the Chaparral. And it was the most wonderful car. My dad and I were there that particular year. It was in the late 1960s in Daytona, at the International Speedway. And it was just an incredible vehicle. I mean, when it went, it was like, and every other car's going, hot rodding it. Every other car was hot and rodding it, of course. And this car was just like a jet. It was a jet in effect, and it was just this incredible propulsion method that was abandoned after that year. I don't know why, but it was. It was fine. Chaparral, cool.
The High Chaparral. You remember that show?
High Chaparral,
Carol
even more
Collins
than
was,
Bonanza, the most famous of them all.
I don't.
Well, I must say something today. I got gas and was cheaper than it was last week. So thank Biden.
No kidding, huh?
Biden, see, that's what I mean. I said I was going to come on here and say something positive.
Okay.
My gas prices went down 50 cents a gallon overnight.
Huh.
Because our not Biden, because our governor and the legislature paused gas taxes. So
Better get used to those potholes, buddy.
Yeah, I know.
I bought gas 2 weeks ago, and I won't have to buy it for another 3 or 4 weeks. I mean, I literally buy gas, once every 5-6 weeks, and that's great. Unlike most of you.
I get 13 miles a gallon and drive probably 100 miles a day. I spend a shit ton on gas.
Jeez. You need to, but you have work truck, so.
I did, and I actually had to put it in 4-wheel drive today, which rarely happens. But I had to get myself out of a muddy situation.
I thought you were just going to.
That Transit Connect, that tiny little van that they make there with Ford, that sucker gets great gas mileage. Maybe a guy like you could invest in one of those.
I just always feel like I'm going to need to, like today, I had to put a political sign up against the highway, and I had to cut through a muddy field to get there.
Right.
So I had to put it in 4-wheel because I was like shit, man. Because halfway through there, even in 4-wheel drive, it was spinning, and I'm like, oh man, I can't get stuck. Not on a Saturday. I don't even want to be working today.
Right.
Get stuck out there, and then I got out of there, and it was just flinging the mud all over my truck.
I know, but still, sounds kind of like a fun adventure for work.
I was going to say some people pay money to do that.
The fun part was I was kind of on the high level, and it was super muddy. But there was right along the side of me was this like almost 45-degree angle hill, and I knew that it would be draining a lot better than the flat part I was on. So I got up on there, but getting out of my truck was a bitch, man. I had to like basically climb out of my truck, and my door just slammed shut because of the weight of the vehicle was turned so sharp.
What truck did you use?
A Tundra.
Oh, okay.
Solid little pickup. Big pickup. Hey, you ready for it, Aphin?
Let's do it. You want to do it? Let's do it.
Solo screen. Let's roll.
All right, let's roll.
Here we go.
All right, here we go, guys. I know you all been waiting. It's been a long time. Okay, this one's titled The Swimmer. University of Pennsylvania swimmer Leah Thomas became the first known transgender athlete to win Division I national championship. Are you fucking kidding me? 15% of the world's population have some condition that qualify them as being labeled as disabled. We have special parking spots, bathrooms, and sporting events to compensate for their unfortunate circumstances, to level the playing field. Disabled people can't decide whether or not to be disabled. They can't wake up one day and think, oh, I think I'll walk today. They can't make a decision about their disability. They don't have a physical advantage over anyone else if they choose to park their car where everyone else does, or crawl into a normal bathroom stall, or join a regular athletic team. Recent studies show estimated 0.69% of the world's population identify themselves as trans. That is less than 1 out of 100 of us. Now, I'm sorry your brain is telling you to grow your hair longer and throw on some eyeliner. I'm sorry your brain doesn't like what it sees when you stand naked in front of the mirror. Trust me, both me and Topple both can relate. In this case, junk in your trunks means something very different. What's this? Oh, 5.1 to 5.5% on average. Yes, I looked up. Is the normal cock size. Where was I going with that? I don't know. I guess junk in the trunk, maybe. I don't know. It made sense this morning. Statistics might even show that if you unfairly take your unwanted physical superior body and beat a group of physically inferior bodied individuals, it might improve your chances of not committing suicide. For that, I'm sorry for you. But that doesn't make things fair, and it doesn't level the playing field. If you want to compete in sporting events and not do it with your chromosomal equals, then start a new organization where it is known from the start from all participants. Because it is, if not, my brain has a thirst for gold. My brain sees a disabled person in the full-length mirror and needs to compete in the Paralympics before it's too late.
Hello?
Oh, Topple. Right at my end, I was really bringing the heat, and Topple ruined it.
Damn him.
God. Okay,
I
that's
liked
it. That's it.
I liked it.
That's it. That's my...
Very good, Aphid Lip. I was kind of thinking you would be competing in the Special Olympics, not the disabled.
I actually had it Special Olympics, but I didn't think it rang true to the rest of this of what I was saying.
I'm sorry that jumped into my mind.
So you think he's going to really beat all the people in Special Olympics?
Right.
He's already beaten the women, so I mean,
Paralympics.
yeah.
Thank you, Carol Collins. I appreciate it.
It was good.
All right, you can take me off full screen. I don't mean to direct.
no,
I don't mean to direct the show.
Let's keep it on. It's good.
Can you zoom it in even more?
I like this. No, that was a solid. Oh, look here, top.
Well, very well done, Aphid Lip. Very well said.
So
That
I
was
put that.
good.
What
I
just
put that
happened?
together this morning. You ruined it. I was bringing the heat, and you put ice on it. Is what happened.
What?
Yeah, so let's transition
Explain
to
to me
that.
what just happened.
That was the Aphid Lip Minute. Jesus.
It's a regular
It's like
segment
fucking
on this
5
pub.
minutes.
It was actually 2 minutes. The first one was 1 minute. I timed it when I read it out.
I
That
liked
one
it.
was more like 2 minutes. But I had a lot to say about old Leah. Leah, is that her name?
Leah.
Leah Thomas. Yeah.
Leah. What was
Will.
Leah's name before her
Will,
premonition?
her name. Will.
To win more sporting events if she became trans.
Will. He's saying
Will?
I think it's Will, you know.
Yeah, I don't understand. I just can't. I can't reason with somebody that thinks that this is okay. I just don't understand it. I mean, I just can't understand
Do
it.
you know anybody that agrees with this, though?
Only on
Do you
Twitter.
know anybody?
Well, apparently there is a lot of people. Yes, I've seen people on news organizations where they
Well, no.
say how
I
it's
mean, like,
great and
personally.
everything. Oh no. Well,
don't
it's
know
not a
anybody.
topic I bring up personally, but I can only imagine.
I bring it up
nobody
all the
would.
time.
Do you?
Did you guys
Yeah.
see that video of somebody who was watching her compete in the crowd?
Yeah.
Was it a little girl or something? I saw you shared it. I think.
No, that was
Yeah.
that wasn't. A
I didn't
girl,
watch
was a
it. I
woman.
didn't watch it, but
It
I
was an
saw
adult
it.
woman, but
That's like a little lady.
she's in some organization that is against this thing. But anyway, she's saying that is not a woman.
Yeah.
And another guy who's wearing a mask, he's saying, he says, are you? Let me ask you this. Are you a biologist? And she says, oh, don't even bring up that.
Oh
and
my
she says
God.
and then she says, I know what a dog is, and I'm not a vet. Or I'm not a vet, and I know what a dog is.
Good for her.
And
Good
it
for
was
her.
and he shut up at that point.
Uh-huh. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is a bit
Why everyone
ridiculous.
isn't against it is just beyond me. I just can't understand it. And I was when it
Wait,
kind of
why
first.
you are against it as well, right?
Of course I am. I mean, I just don't understand why people can't come on board and see the I mean, there's not going to be any motivation if this takes over. And I'll be the first to admit that when I first heard Hayden, bring stuff like this up or something, I was like, yeah, come on, not in America. This ain't going to happen. We got Division I sports, and what little girl is going to want to strive to be a champion? When that's the outcome is going to be, unless you're a dude that says you're a chick, you're not ever going to be able to compete.
The problem is the constituency that's most affected by that person's activities is the constituency that can be most disciplined by the authorities that it's involved with. It's the other swimmers, both male and female, anybody who comments, any, coaches of any sport across the spectrum of sports are the least intellectual of all of the diploma holders, of people who hold diplomas, physical education, sports sciences holders. And if they start opining politically, they will get nailed to the wall by, other elite, intellectuals who are ready to just hold their feet to the fire in academic environments. And they will blister them. That they're not nice people. They will do what the hell do they do? Is it called cancel culture? They
Yep.
will do that. They will
Exactly.
go after people's jobs, and they'll go after their scholarships. They'll go after their coaching jobs. And I've watched the whole phenomenon. There are numbers of swimming, uh, authoritative, you know, Twitter people, other people on different websites, Swimming World and such. But on SwimSwam, there is an editor in chief that decided to editorialize in the favor of hard left viewpoints. And they were the first people that did a major interview with Leah Thomas, SwimSwam, not the other swimming sites. And I even put something on altfeed.org where I was just pissed off out of my mind and talking about, hey, hold this guy's feet to the fire kind of bullshit, which is nobody's going to do that read that. But it still made me feel good to post it and say, this guy's an asshole, unlike myself, who is never an asshole.
Right.
What? Wait,
Pure,
what?
pure as the driven snow there, George.
That was the joke. That was the joke. Come on.
I do think this will be the last
Let's hope
trans
so.
swimmer. I think this is
I think
not
so.
going to get
I
worse.
think so.
There's been so much blowback that any athlete contemplating this knows that it will be.
Well, there have been high school and there wasn't even an Olympic athlete out of Africa that beat the ever living squat out of every other distance running woman in the world, and she looked like a man when she took off. And I forget who that was, but that happened. And then over here in the United States, we had some trans women, basically just beat the ever living shit out of every biological female there was to beat, and they got their accolades and their first prizes, by golly, and it's
Yeah,
going
but
on in
there
different
is a
sports.
blowback. It is,
Yeah,
and
I
it's
agree.
building, and I don't think this is going to happen.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is not something that's going to be a big problem.
No, I
I
think you're
hope
right.
not.
I think you're right.
But if it's just like anything else. If you don't talk about it, then
Absolutely,
there won't be no blowback over it.
We have to raise our voices and object.
Yeah, I certainly have. I mean, I went after the SwimSwam editor in chief, and I went after in a gracious sort of way. I went after the Swimming World editor in chief, who was supportive of saying that Thomas had no business being in the water with biological females. But the SwimSwam guys, they're all on board with it. They're all into that new gender ideology that involves however many genders you can fit onto your imaginary gender plane. That's how many there are. Anybody?
So the swim guys are now backing Leah Thomas?
Well, they're more hard left leaning and gender fluid supporting than they are gender critical supporting. Isn't that the right way to say it? Gender critical means you believe in
Terrible.
two
It's
sexes,
terrible.
pretty much.
Yeah.
Whereas gender fluid means you believe in all of the
Non-binary.
ridiculous, manufacturing of artificial language, that involves hard left, politics. That's what they
Well, I
support.
have a question for you, Cypher. I saw someone who watched that video of her swimming, and they said that Leah is not even going full out. She's not really
Sandbagging. Yeah,
She's not
she's
really
sandbagging.
kicking because otherwise she'll win by so much that
Yeah,
it will
she,
be
she was
obvious she's cheating.
sandbagging. She was
Okay.
sandbagging on some things. She was setting up. There was one where a trans man in one of the Ivy League swimming competitions beat Leah Thomas, the trans woman, and like that was all normal. You know, the one person that could possibly beat this trans woman was this trans man. And come on, you fuckers.
Wait, do you mean it was a woman who was transitioning to be a man?
Right,
That's
exactly.
what a trans man, yeah.
Right.
Well,
And
that's unusual that they were able to beat a biological man.
If it were a legitimate race, but it wasn't. It was a sandbagged, orchestrated
Right.
situation. You know, they can do a lot of things when you start dealing, when you're already an elite swimmer, woman or man, all you have to do is sandbag a little bit one way or the other, and you can create situations. The guy that won the 800 meter and 1500 meter, Olympics in the 2021, I guess it was 2021 when they actually had these Olympics, the superwoman swimmer is the distance superwoman swimmer is anybody?
Katie Ledecky?
Exactly. Very good, sir. Katie Ledecky beat this guy in workout repeats. His name was Brian Fink with an E on the end, and her name, of course, is Katie Ledecky. So he's talking about how Katie Ledecky can beat him. And, there's no way you put them head to head in an elite, tapered competition. He's going to beat the ever living squat out of her. But, they like to, I don't blame any of them for making controversial statements that create interest in the sport, whether it's a slow, non-interesting sport like swimming and diving or a highly interesting sport. The athletes will try to, garner up interest in the sports. They'll do that.
Like the great tennis match between
Bobby, what's his butt?
Griggs?
Griggs,
yeah, Bobby Griggs,
King.
Billie Jean King, yeah. That was absurd on its face, but it happened. Seemed to prove something.
He was pretty old at the time.
Yes, he was.
Very old.
He was a geezer.
He was older than I am now.
Worse than me. Maybe not as fat as me, but he was older than me.
Yeah, that was a dumb idea that motherfucker had trying to take her on.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Didn't make any sense.
Yeah, yes, it did. None of it made sense. Yeah. But
Last Dance, when you were in your 40s, what did you think of that event when it happened?
I can't. 40s, 20s, teens.
Young man.
I didn't know what these old people were doing.
I couldn't believe it. I think I told you guys that the Renee Richards, the very first, operated on transvestite, I think in the world, was playing at Woodside Racket Court, which was where I was doing clay court maintenance and swimming pool lifeguarding and such. And I'd be over there lifeguarding, and I'd look over about 4 courts away, and there'd be this big, huge 6'3" Renee Richards woman, playing tennis. It's like, oh no. But I was just a young man then. Now, still, it would be.
Yeah.
I mean, you think back to those days when Martina Navratilova, this was the 70s. She was openly gay, and she had a trans woman as her tennis coach. She was way ahead of her time there.
Revelations could come fast and furious, but for the sake of decent conversation, I won't.
I wonder what her opinion is of Leah Thomas. I'd be curious.
Oh,
well, how anybody could think that it's
Bruce
okay.
Jenner / what's Bruce's female name? Caitlyn now. Caitlyn Jenner doesn't think that Leah Thomas should be competing against biological women.
No.
Nor does Renee Richards.
Well, that solves it right there.
That solves it. There you go.
Whatever Caitlyn thinks.
Oh, really? Renee Richards has come out against this?
That's right. Yes, it's true.
Who's Renee Richards?
Against us? What? Wait, what?
He just talked about that. Did you tune out Cypher?
No, she tuned out against herself, not us. Herself, her own ideology proved indefensible against the onset of time.
Mm-hmm. They put him on a podium with women, with multiple women.
Yeah.
What when you saw him swimming and stuff? I mean, it was clearly it looked just like a dude. I mean,
I
it's
know.
just-
It looked
is
just
a
like
with the hat, you know.
Uh,
I mean,
We
it
went
looked
over
like a dude in the pool
we
with
went
women.
we went over the twig and berries last week, you know,
ah,
and the 6'2", 3, musculature,
It's
and
just-
never did transition physically. Just took 1 year of, male hormone suppressive therapy, and supposedly that made him into a woman.
It's absolutely disgusting.
What? I mean-
Bye bye there, Mister Sir.
Can't believe they're putting up with that.
I mean, obviously, people
Me
high
neither.
up thought it was okay because it happened.
It was back at the guidelines for the swimming in particular came around. It was either 2011 or 2008, 2011, 2013, a long time ago. They were just approached, by, I guess, some sort of, committee within a committee to do a committee thing. And by committee, they decided, hey,
Smoke niece.
they
Is
decided.
she the one that joined you at the
She's the
vacation
best.
house?
That's her.
Right.
Oh,
What is it? No pedo. That's the line. That no pedo. She's the
Oh,
best.
Peter. Yeah.
You know what I don't understand is why people don't just say the solution to Leah Thomas is to have her swim with the men. It's a swimming pool, right?
Right.
It's
You-
not like there's,
Right.
it's not like it's really challenging her gender
No.
to put her in a pool.
No.
It's all about
and
fairness.
she can wear the same outfit she's got on
She
if
can
she
wear a
wants to,
bra if she wants,
and
a
she can
swimsuit or a
Little
dress.
lipstick
I don't
while
care.
you're swimming.
let her hair down on the podium if she
Yeah.
gets gold. And it would do much more for transgendered people if she did it that way than what this is.
Well, the weightlifter
Fizz.
too. The Olympic weightlifter. It's largely conjectured that she threw that competition at the Olympics precisely because it was going to be so controversial if they won. I'll use the they pronoun. That if they won, then it would be so controversial that the trans movement would never recover. And if you put a full blown guy that's never, probably taken some hormone suppressive therapy, but still has their gear and their
Do women take hormones for anything?
they'll
Like
sometimes-
normal women, like for normal circumstances,
There's hormone
medically.
replacement therapy when you get to be
Good question.
around menopause age.
So maybe use that as a banned substance because the women probably couldn't do a male sport because they take testosterone, and that's illegal, right? So a
They can
chick
do
trying to
it.
transform into a dude, she probably couldn't swim because she takes.
It's not an issue when women try to compete with men, even if they take, testosterone enhancement drugs, because their original development will never give them the same, biological.
But what I'm saying is, I think
mechanical-
testosterone and steroids are banned substances, right? So they probably couldn't compete because they have those in their system.
It gets into medical sophistication on levels that outstrip both of our knowledge to make comments on it, unless you really research it and start coming from a researched level. Neither you or I know what we're talking
Well,
about.
I'm going to research it, and I'm
Well,
going
I do
to
believe
be a
that
scholar
steroids are
on this.
You can
certainly
leave me
banned.
behind academically then, sir.
What'd you say last, Dance?
I mean, steroids are certainly banned
Right.
substances.
When you watch, I used to subscribe to Muscle and Fitness. I would get all my dietary tips, and I would watch the beefcake, and I would watch the beautiful women that were also beefcake.
Beefcake.
Did they have swelled clitorises because of their?
Oh, I was hoping you would just give up and not continue to say that word.
I have seen one or two develop clitori in my
Oh.
life.
Okay.
Man.
That's my thinking.
They were not my favorite clitori, but they were good clitori.
Oh,
Wow. Wow.
But
You
and
really
the voice
Wrap your lips
people
around
that
that, can't you?
Beautiful,
God.
beautiful woman.
Oh, God help
Beautiful
us.
blonde, but give her about 2-3 years of testosterone, and
Gander.
her
Yeah,
voice
yeah.
was deeper than mine. Her voice,
No kidding,
she was
huh?
a nurse. She was an RN, and I mean, she was back there doing judge work at one of the bodybuilding contests I did.
Come here, Cypher.
Well, here,
Ooh.
like this.
Let me pat your head. You did well.
Ooh.
I'm just gonna put it out there. Smokesteve's fading because I know this.
No, this is
No,
just
he is.
a topic for him.
He'll deny it at first, right
Waiting
now,
for the punchline,
and
I've got
say
to-
he's not, but he's
I have-
fading.
No, I have to deliver. the
Shocking.
punchline.
Everything is shocking.
Oh, yeah. Everything in the world is shocking. That's true.
Speaking of shocking, are you drinking Shock Top?
No, I told the missus, I was like, we have some
Blue Moon.
Shock Top in
Well-
there, and she's okay with Blue Moon. It's not her favorite. Shock Top is, but I was like, can we get a little diversity going on here?
The point I was bringing up about the steroids is that what's more bizarre, to watch a 5'9" or 10 guy weigh 280 pounds and have 2 or 3% body weight, or to watch a man-woman or a woman-man playing gender games? I mean, they're all bizarre.
Yeah.
It's all bizarre. I mean, bodybuilding is bizarre, especially when it's done with juice, and I never juiced. That's the only thing that kept me halfway normal in the
Anti-Semite.
process. What? Juice? What? I didn't
talking
say
about?
eliminate the juice.
He said,
What?
It sounded like you did. He hates juice.
That's the old.
That's what I
All
heard.
juice or just fruit juice?
I know, the little child in the Nazi outfit that says, "Oh, I eliminated the juice." Silly stuff.
All right, now I'm gonna
He's juicing.
He's leaving. He's fading. I
No,
told
I'm
you.
not.
I told you.
I'm gonna put the link here. Wait, that's not the right link.
Okay, I'll tell you what,
See?
guys.
I told
All
you.
you guys, I'm going to go offline because I think that better blood can be here than me. And I'm going to do it. I'll be on
You're
the
gonna make
side.
room.
I'm
You're
going to
gonna
stay
make
on the
room
side.
for somebody else when there's only
Making
4 of us in
room
here.
for better blood. That's right.
Well, is there
Better-
somebody who wants to come on? I mean,
Better, kinder.
Yes,
Myself.
oh, okay.
Yes. Here we go.
Yeah, definitely.
copy. But no, I didn't. I was answering
how
yes.
Look at. I'm only half.
Well, that's weird.
There's only half of me.
What happened here?
There's too much of me. Jeez, let's back it up a little here.
Did you? It
The
looks like
hell
you,
did
it
I
looks like you
do?
got an extra chin for your birthday, didn't you? Who gave you
Me?
that?
Huh?
All right. What the fuck happened here?
I've
All
always-
right, where are we?
I got a low resolution camera.
What happened? All right, let's put him in. There we go. Okay.
Topple. Thunderstorm topple.
Speaking of low resolution,
What the hell did
I
I
got
do?
that
Oh
storm.
yeah, that's right. There it is. Normal. Thunderstorm for topple. All right, let's see. Did I do this right?
I love a good thunderstorm.
So Jesse Smollett is out again.
I'll be right back.
Is he?
Just take a quick miss.
He was,
Absolutely.
That's what they're saying in
He
the
was,
sidebar.
he was released pending appeal.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious.
Oh,
Didn't they spend millions of dollars on that clown?
Well, he has a right to an appeal. He appealed, and they released him in pending appeal. If
Well,
he's
I mean, if that's the way the law is.
if he's found guilty, he'll be stuck back in prison. He really should just stay in prison because the chances of succeeding on an appeal are very small, I think. And he might as well get the time out of the way now. But he's taken.
but how's
decided-
Kyle Rittenhouse out? And he's like, he should be in jail too.
I agree.
Kyle Rittenhouse was found not guilty. The jury said he was.
His parents should
Why
be
can't we
in jail.
retry him?
I don't know. There's this thing called double jeopardy in the
Why can't
Fifth Amendment.
Why can't the good half appeal the decision? The right half,
The right half of what?
the correct half.
Of what?
Well, if Jesse Smollett can appeal, why can't the
Oh, why can't the prosecution appeal?
exactly?
That happens in some justice systems, and it's been
Does it?
suggested, but it can't do it in ours.
Really?
Isn't that really?
No.
Prosecution gets one chance.
Yep.
The defense can get multiple chances. It's not, but the appeal has to be based on some error.
Yeah, I'm
You
not.
can't just appeal because you don't like the result.
I didn't dislike that result, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't change our system, or we should change our system.
What are you
Oh,
saying? Should
definitely
we or
should change our
shouldn't?
system.
I was just trying to bring humor to the situation.
Good job.
Yes. All right. Hey, niece.
Hey,
Oh, here we go.
Smokesteve niece, good to see you.
What's up? Where are you?
How are you? What does that say?
I'm in Stowe.
Right on. She's in Vermont. Stowe, Vermont.
Back.
Happy St. Patty's Day.
Wait,
Walking around the house.
I was getting a beer.
Right on.
Okay. What's kind of beer?
Miller Lite.
Miller Lite.
Oh.
Kick her off the show.
What is up with your family?
She's got high taste.
Cheap
She's
beers,
high-
buddy.
She's highbrowing it.
At least it's not Bud Light.
And I just had a Smirnoff shot. which is
Okay, that redeems you. The Smirnoff redeems you.
Smirnoff, not Russian, even though people think it is.
I'll bet
Smirnoff's not
this-
Russian?
No.
The company is no longer
Oh, I
owned
thought
by
it
Russians.
was.
I'm sure.
that's okay.
I'm sure
So-
Mr. Smirnoff of 200 years ago was probably Russian.
The formula is Russian.
Most vodkas aren't. In fact, I believe Russian Standard is not even Russian owned anymore. So they're the whole vodka ban really turned out to be a fucking big kaputz because there's not a lot of Russian vodkas that are popular here. They're popular in Russia, but essentially vodka is grain alcohol mixed with purified spring water to cut it down to 40%. It's not,
Well, I would say, why would anybody pay the extra for, some simple alcoholic beverage like vodka to be imported all the way from Russia? But then I know people pay extra for this thing called Fiji water, which is insane.
that is stupid, isn't it?
There's
It's
water all
pathetic.
around, and you have to pay. All that energy goes into shipping water from the island of Fiji. I mean,
It's dumb.
I honestly hope that they just cheat people and just bottle it at some plant in New Jersey and call it Fiji water.
It's entirely
Probably
possible.
buy it.
What?
People would probably buy it, and you could probably make a good profit off of it.
Yeah, absolutely. They definitely would, and you could. And I hope they are. I hope they are getting ripped off.
Did you ski today?
Hell yeah!
Cool. Was it nice? Spring conditions? Nice and warm?
No, you could. It was foggy as fuck. You couldn't see like 5 feet in front of you.
That's probably because it was too warm.
It's crazy. And then my parents are trying to tell me that I can't ski the mountain. They don't want to.
Right, because they got to get on the road. Got to get out of town.
I mean, we came here for a reason to ski.
Mm. Yeah. Well,
Well,
you
it
got
was-
to ski today, I guess.
It was 75 here today, so no skiing.
Yeah, it was like 55. Must have been pretty warm up there. I mean, you're close enough.
It was.
Cool. Sounds good. And they must be over $100 a day for lift tickets now.
Yeah, it's like 120 or something.
Good
Uh,
Lord.
Can you believe
Man.
that? Just to fucking go on the mountain and go up and
Man.
down. $120 a person.
Damn.
Yeah.
Where's that at?
Stowe, Vermont. Mount Mansfield, Stowe. Whatever.
But
you
I
want.
have the Epic Pass, so I've taken money from them at this point.
Cool. So Stowe's in on that. That's multiple mountains, right?
Yeah, it's a couple. I've gone like almost every weekend, so
Yeah, that's a cool way to go. Good
Lost
way to
tou-
use
lost
the money.
couple.
but it sucks because like Vail Resorts like has made all all the, I don't know, they overpopulated it.
Yeah, Vail bought Stowe, which is obviously Vail was a Colorado company, and they've moved into the east and bought some mountains, and that increased the price and increased some of the amenities as well. So
It sucks.
yeah, they make it difficult. Back when I was there, you worked at the mountain, you got a free pass, or you had to pay money, a little bit of money for one. But when I worked in the town, they used to give the locals a deal that the townies got cheap passes. But I think they did away with all of that, which is a real shame.
Because Vail bought it all. Vail sucks.
Vail that's where I met my lady.
Oh yeah.
She was my neighbor in that town. Easy though, we short commute to head over for the hookup. But it was funny. We had like a trail through the woods between houses, literally in Vermont, like in the cornfields.
How old were you?
Oh, 25.
Oh, okay.
20, something like that.
We drove by there earlier.
We sold that house to some Canadians, and they made some really nice upgrades. And then when you see it after the upgrades, you're like, fuck, they really hooked up that house. It's like, what? I don't know if you guys have ever experienced that, but when you sell a house, you see what the people do to it who moved in, and it's better. It's a little bit of a stinger.
I know when we drove by it earlier, we were like, "Do we take a picture and send them?" Or it's like, "Is that offensive?"
Yeah, it's like
right. Not for me, because but it was where my lady grew up, so she would probably love to see it. So definitely snap a shot if you go by there.
Okay.
Is it far away from where you live now?
250 miles.
Oh yeah, so good ways.
Not that bad. One state.
Right, but I mean, I'm probably a mile from the house I grew up in, so
no kidding, huh?
Yeah. So
for
it's
me,
common. Well, my mom still lives there, so I see it all the time. But
I was born and raised about 25 miles from where I am now. But through my life, I lived in Vermont. I lived in Northern California. I lived in Western Massachusetts, a couple hundred miles away. Then back here, kind of like an experience that shaped me. Did you do something like that, Aphid, or did you just hop like 1 mile away and that was it?
I lived at my house until I was in my early to mid 20s because I didn't want to waste money on. I saw my friends and they were like everything that they made went towards paying for their apartment, right. And I had a good relationship with my parents, so I was like, I don't see a need, Right. So then I met my wife, and we like 2 months before we got married, we bought a condo, and luckily, because of a big, huge like interstate change thing, it increased. We only lived there like 4 or 5 years, but I made more off of owning that house for 4 or 5 years than I did off of my salary. Because the property value went up so much because of this new interstate thing that went through.
No kidding, huh?
And then we bought this house, which is only a little bit further away from that. And there was a hoarder that lived here, so we got it real dirt cheap because people couldn't see past like the hoard,
Mm-hmm.
So we just cleared all.
Imagine too now what your house is worth, like compared to when you bought it. It's
yeah.
Similar to me. People are
probably double, close to it. Yeah.
People are going crazy to get anything right now.
Yeah, right.
It's nuts, man. And you, Last Dance, you probably got your house for a 6-pack and a handshake.
No, I mean I got it for.
That was a
it's certainly doubled in value, but that's over 25 years. So that's
25 years.
Well, I'm getting up there too, though. 16, 17, I think years.
At least. Huh? At
least, probably, yeah.
Wow.
Well, we got our forever. We couldn't afford anything that was, what we wanted to live in. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't want another step. I wanted like something that we would enjoy with big yard and big house, big, walkout basement or whatever, whatever we had on our list, and we couldn't afford any of that. But this one, I came on the market when we were looking at all the crap houses that were in our thing. And I was like, well, can we, it's been on the market for so long. Can we just offer them a low amount? Maybe they'll take it. And our agent was like, no, it don't really work like that. And then we came back a few months later and I'm like, screw it. I'm going to give them this offer. I put my foot down and it worked out. And, we just cleared all her shit out. And there was some termite damage, but after, for the most part, it was just cosmetic. We just hauled all her shit out of here. Because when we moved in, we made a deal with her because she only cleared out the top half. She didn't clear out the basement. And she's like, I'm going to come back and get all my shit out of the basement. And we were like naive and young and stuff, and we were like, all right, we'll give you that opportunity. Well, 2 weeks later, it was still sitting down here and she hadn't even contacted me. And I was like, fuck it. I don't owe her any more than the deadline I gave her. So we ordered up 2 big, gigantic dumpsters. And we just started hauling her shit out. And she came the day we were hauling all that shit out. And she's like crying. And I'm like a young, I was only in my late 20s probably at the time. And I didn't want to deal with that shit, And we told her to get the fuck out of here. We actually, she gave us a list of stuff that she wanted. I was like, we told you a time, to get your shit out of here. And when you live in a house with somebody else's just disgusting fucking garbage in the basement and cat piss and, it's disgusting. It's like you're living with somebody else. And
Right.
we just bought this house, and 2 weeks we were having to deal with this shit. And she came back. She
it
cried.
happens quick too. You're like that. Those thousands start coming out of the wallet
Right.
right away. So that shit starts getting intense. You're like,
Right.
get it out of here.
Yeah, and we were like, she was like, she came the day we were hauling the shit out. We had family here to help us, and I mean, it was overwhelming. Like where I'm sitting right now was filled to the ceiling with shit. Just shit. And some of it was new shit that was never even taken out of a package. She just bought shit, and just threw it in the corner, and put more shit on top of it. Anyway, she was like, well, let me go through it, and we got all the family there and everything, right? And she's like, going piece by piece, I'm like, bitch, this is gonna take you like 10 fucking years of the pace you're on to go through all this shit, and she's pulling out broken, she was pulling out everything, I'm like, no, this ain't gonna work, and so we had to kick her out. It was hard, and we told her, she gave us a list of stuff that she really wanted, like sentimental stuff, so we gave it to her and everything. And
why didn't you just tell her to rent a storage facility?
We gave her every opportunity. We gave her 2 weeks, and she was going to have her church people come here in the 2 weeks and take all her shit out. She never called. She never did anything until the day, her due date, and said that, oh, by the way, next week I'm coming with my, it was another week.
I
she
mean,
was coming.
You're assuming she's just inconsiderate. I know for a fact that this is a mental illness.
Exactly. Well, what am I supposed to do? Cater to her mental illness?
No.
For the rest of my life?
I'm not saying you did anything wrong. It's just your fucking attitude that's bothering me.
Well, I mean, what would you? So what? On the flip side of that, what would you have done?
I wouldn't have necessarily done anything different. I would have just said, what I'm going to do is you rent a storage facility, you tell me where it is, and I'll take a few hours and deliver as many boxes as I can to that facility, and then you could take all the time.
Well, I did do that though. I did do that. I brought it to her condo, which she
Okay.
moved into, which was already completely filled up, and we had to stack the shit out because she started, like I said, she started going through piece by piece, and I'm like,
Yeah, I know.
that's never going to happen. And if you deal with somebody that has this mental condition, you would understand that there is no
I do
reasoning.
understand. My wife is like that, and I have a house like that.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, there was no reasoning with her. It was
I know.
completely
I know.
it was completely absurd, and it was like there would be a paper towel that had food on it, and she wanted to keep that. You know what I'm saying? It was like,
Let me tell you something. When my wife was very sick and she knew that she wasn't going to be alive much longer, we started broaching the subject of what to do with the basement full of all her shit everywhere.
right.
And the only thing she said was, "Don't throw my stuff away." That was the extent
Right.
of the discussion. And so now I have to go through it, and it's heartbreaking to.
Yeah.
I'm like that woman now. I have to go
Right.
through every piece because
Right.
some of it might actually be valuable, sentimental value that I want to keep. So
Right.
it's actually overwhelming for me, and I just haven't been able to do it. It's 3 years now.
Yeah.
So
I
don't necessarily know you.
I understand your emotional connection to it, and
Yeah.
I'm extremely sympathetic towards it.
But I got to tell you, on the other side, it would have been much easier just to say, throw it all away. I'm going to leave for a day. Have someone come in with a forklift and 6 giant, trash dumpsters and get rid of it all, and like ripping the Band-Aid off. I almost think that's what I'm going to have to do at some point.
Probably.
Yep.
On top of what I've told you about my experience with this woman, there was the whole every step of the process of buying this house was difficult.
Yep.
There was the forgiveness of her back loan payments that she needs. There was the termites that we had to deal with that she wasn't going to deal with it. There was one thing after another. There was the closing, which was, I think the closing time was like an hour before the title place closed or whatever, if I remember correctly. And she didn't show up, and it was like we had already packed up and we were sitting on the parking lot with a Ryder truck with every one of our belongings sitting in it. And she hasn't showed up, and there's nothing I can do about it. If she don't show up, the bank's going to foreclose on the house, take the house, and I don't have a house. I got a parking lot with all my stuff sitting in it. So this was one experience with this woman. So it was like the last straw. Not only that, when we had the dumpster, she came back in the middle of the night and she rooted through the dumpster to get all this broken trash, out of it. And, I mean, I could go on, but it's not important.
How did you discover that she rooted through the dumpster into the dumpster?
Because there's a gate on these are it was I think 30-yard or 50-yard, what the biggest dumpsters you can get. They're like 8 feet tall. They park them in your driveway, and
40 or 50. Yeah, those are big boys.
Whatever the biggest one is, because we got 2 of them. The biggest
the one
you
get. Can't see up over.
You cannot see up
30
over.
Feet long.
Exactly. It was my whole driveway.
Right.
And it's ribbed and it's strong as shit, and there's a gate on the one part.
Climb up like a good solid step to get up over it. Yeah.
Now I guess technically it could have been somebody else that rooted through it, but we were there at 1:00 in the morning, and she pulled down the street with her son and turned, because we live in a court, and she turned around and left. And so I can only assume that she came back in another hour, after we had fallen asleep and went through all that stuff.
Were you protecting something that you didn't want her to get?
I didn't care if she went through all that shit. She can go through all that shit all she wants.
Right.
It's trash. I'm throwing it to the dumpster.
Right. So it was on to the
I didn't care. And she gave us a list of stuff that she wanted, and we, the days it took us to go through all the shit.
I was going to say that you probably did a lot of work to go through that stuff.
It was unbelievable the amount of work we went through. And we didn't plan on that, because she said at closing that she was going to take care of all that stuff. This was... It was overwhelming. It was floor to ceiling. It was a pathway.
I should have you come here and take care of mine. I'll pay you to get a dumpster, go through my stuff.
Man, there's cool stuff that you can find. Is that Brother B?
That's Brother B.
Ah, Brother B, how you doing? Hey. My man.
What's up, guys?
It's been a while.
Yes.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Man, I can't hold on to this pee any longer, even for you, Brother B.
No worries. Go ahead, man. How you doing up there, buddy? He's gone.
Oh,
I'm good.
All right, good.
He brought me headphones because you said I was loud.
All right, yeah.
I wonder if he realizes that you're not going to be quieter. He must mean the speakers.
Maybe. You might be keeping him up.
It's 9:30.
Did you get that at the backyard, the bar?
Father, he said, did you get that at the backyard? He only made me wear this because he was like, Steven's going to say something about it.
Did you get it there? Or is
yeah.
It just yeah, that place, we had a lot of drinks there. We had a lot of good times. Yeah.
We were just there, and we met a band that we saw play at Stowe Cider. And they bought us drinks.
7 pounds of pork, because that's the only band I know up there now.
What was your band called?
Foundation, I think, at the time.
I was like, oh, my uncle used to live up here, and you guys would probably know him, because they were like, we've lived up here for like 20 years, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, yeah, I know those guys. They're some real shit talking motherfuckers. No, really. I can imagine who it probably was. And our band name, it sucked. Foundation. And what I found out was after we named it that, then I started looking online and I found out that like Al Qaeda or one of those terrorist organizations, translation from Arabic means foundation. I was like,
Or I
What
think
the
it's
fuck?
usually translated as the base,
the base, right?
but
what you
foundation
said.
is another equivalent translation.
Yeah, right. I was like, God, that was
That's
a bad
hilarious.
Goddamn terrorist, Smokesteve,
idea. Exactly.
Al Qaeda lover.
Even just a bunch of fucking commies, right? I mean, like
But yeah, I
rock
got
and
to school
roll.
hop from there. Everyone was really nice in there.
Cool. Yeah, that place is a good spot. I got arrested.
They were saying, my parents, like, before we walked in, they were like, this is going to be a dive bar. Like,
It's a dive bar. It is, but
no, it's not anymore. It's all hoity-toity. People were ordering, like, martinis. There's all blonde bitches in there.
Blonde bitches.
yeah, but it's behind the road, like
literally make it sound like
the
they're
back of a bunch of buildings.
It
Yeah,
sounds
but there's
it
probably,
sounds
like,
horrible.
people on TikTok, like, you've never seen a cool backyard bar like this. Like,
TikTok said that?
probably. That's why all, like, these people in, like, Patagonia, Canada Goose, like, they're all, like, it was very uptight.
They probably just wanted a cheap drink. I mean, that's why I went there back in the day. And
So
for
it's
football
very
cards.
different now. I feel like it's very, very uptight. Like, it's very not much.
Right. The old
Different
school
vibe.
Vermont is gone and it's all transplants is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I could totally see that.
Was there Teslas in the parking lot?
About 100.
I can only imagine.
But I want to come back up here for there's a, what is it called? The mount, like, the snow? No. Air balloons?
Air balloon. Oh, yeah, hot air.
Hot air balloons. I want to come back up for that.
It's all right. I mean, it's better for babies. They go out and look at the round balls that are up floating around the sky, and they fucking have a good time.
That's about my speed.
So cool.
Yeah.
That's about my speed now, anyways. So that sounds good.
There's a ball floating around on the
And
map.
it's nice and colorful. Whee!
That's
Exactly.
pretty. Why are you
That's
guys talking about like it's not?
I mean, it's slow. It's not exactly
Well, you know,
great.
Steve's such an elitist. You know, he's always going to the art institutes and
No,
you know, all sorts of
I don't
culture
know.
things,
I never
whereas-
understood looking at a balloon in the sky as a trip.
well, you're waiting for it to crash. That's what the fun
Uncle
is.
Steve, I feel like you're too cool for things.
Some things, yeah. I'm too
I
cool
mean,
for
but
I don't get it. Like, what are you cool enough for?
That's a good point.
It's
Yeah.
really a thin, narrow line of things that I like. It's
I love seeing you
very
squirm.
small.
Niece is making him squirm. I like this.
Things want to buy myself, you know, like
Like what?
fishing on the ocean alone. That's me, and then also
That's
occasionally
so boring.
fishing with other people. Those are the two things.
Those are so very
Okay,
different.
maybe you can teach
Right.
me how to fish this summer. Yeah.
Yeah, you stand there and hold the fishing rod and look at the ocean.
Okay,
quietly.
but what do I do like when I catch one or something?
Yeah, the fishing rod only goes in one direction. You reel that sucker in.
Okay, so I'm just being stupid at this point.
No, I mean
Oh, he didn't
you
say that.
realize it when the fish is on that baby. You're either you're with it or you're not. I mean, you go and then the fish comes in. That's how it works. It's awesome. Is that a good explanation?
Yeah, I guess. I also want to say when I was waiting to join in about the transgender conversation,
Yeah.
I agree.
Oh
agree with
wow!
what-
Look at you, huh?
No,
You
I
don't-
think it's like it's so annoying. He placed like 32 when
Whoa,
he
whoa,
was
whoa,
a
whoa!
man.
You mean she? Come
No,
on.
no.
He
She
placed like
placed like
32 and then he
432.
transitioned.
Misgendering is so cruel.
No, I don't know. It's a whole thing, but whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you
roll,
play?
roll.
Did you play any sports growing up?
Cheerleading a lot.
Oh, that's
not a sport.
It is a sport, and she's a great cheerleader.
Well, I know, but
That's
there's
true.
probably
They do have-
dudes that do it
Oh,
too.
now we're having a new conversation about how cheerleading's not a sport.
Okay, I take
That
it
was
back.
Last Dance that said that, not me.
Last
Yeah,
Dance,
no,
what the
I mean-
fuck?
I'm
I
backing
know.
off.
He's like that. Complete dick.
Great tumbler. She has absolute amazing athletic ability. This girl here, and yes, cheerleading is a sport, and even it might seem to some people frivolous. It's fucking badass, dude.
It is. It's like I threw girls in the air.
Yeah, you're strong, man. She could
Thank
roll,
you.
dude.
You
It
didn't
was
play. You didn't play anything
dangerous.
like
I know it's
softball.
not like
You didn't play softball or nothing. Soccer, nothing else.
I mean, I tried all those out when I was younger. I played hockey, soccer.
Okay,
but that was,
you
like,
played
young,
hockey
but
on
I
a team.
didn't do
Yeah,
that.
but you played hockey on a team, right? With girls, all girls.
Yeah.
So what if some boy, came in there and was like,
Oh my god, I would be pissed. So
Yeah,
I would
right.
Be like, no, I.
Or what
agree.
if it
I
was a
think,
team-
like,
what if it
that
was a
whole
team of all
transgender thing
boys
is, like so
would-
fucked up.
right.
Smokesteve niece is a strong girl.
Wait, you know what else is so fucked up on like the same line of that? You know how like March is like all the Women's Month and everything?
Yes,
It is.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah, it is. It's
I didn't know.
it's Women's Month.
Oh.
So I was watching TV the other day, and Lorraine Cox, who is a famous transgender person, which is like
It's a
whatever.
great name
I
for her.
don't care if like, you're
Unfortunate
trans-
name.
I don't care if you're like you're transgender. Like it's fine. I like it's
Right.
fine. Be whatever
Right.
you want to be.
Sure.
But Lorraine Cox was like, "Oh yeah, it's Women's Month. I just want everyone to like celebrate women." And it's like,
Ugh.
wait,
In your
it's-
month.
shouldn't you be like a woman if you want to be like advocating for women?
You would. Well,
Like,
you should
why
at
wouldn't
least
they
not-
pick somebody else? Is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
Oh, it's just strange times we live in.
That's a shame.
Strange times is right. Strange times we live in. Like an actual woman, maybe the one that was born
Yeah.
and such. Right.
For like, it's fine that Lorraine Cox wants to be like that. That's okay.
Exactly.
But if we're like gonna pick somebody for a commercial, why don't we pick an actual woman?
Woman.
Well, it's promising for us fading generation that you young blood think that way.
I think I'm quite rare.
Oh no.
No,
I had
get-
I had hope and you just crushed it.
Would you get totally isolated for these beliefs amongst your peers?
Oh my god, I barely have any peers anymore.
Oh.
Well,
So you think most of the people your age think that's totally fine that this dude like swam and won this competition?
Yeah, they're like,
Really?
why does everybody have a problem with it?
How can they think that way? We're screwed. We're all screwed.
It
We're worried about
genetically doesn't make
Putin
sense.
dropping a nuclear bomb. We should be worried about this.
well, yeah, that's important too. Laura, what does everyone think
Maybe
about
that's the good thing. Maybe that's hope. Just extinct us now.
about the whole Ukraine thing?
Oh.
Yeah, roll.
Do your peers care about that? Are they into it? Do they change their like Last Dance? Do they put the Ukrainian flag by their Twitter
or the
name?
Russian flag, one or the other.
My parents made fun of me because we drove by somebody that had like a Ukraine flag, and they were like, "Laura, what do you think that stands for?" And I was like, "Oh, is that Boston Strong?"
Because of the marathon colors.
Yeah,
Are they the marathon colors?
Kind of. I mean, it's sort of
it's like
the
blue and
marathon.
yellow. I don't know.
So
What's
what
the
do you think?
Bruins are blue and white, right?
Blue and gold, homeboy. Come on.
Well, that's kind of gold then. That's kind of similar.
Black and gold is what we say up here. Bow, 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 bow. Black. Who wants some Dropkick Murphys, baby?
By the way, thanks for
Hey,
sending me that link to their show.
I know. Once you notice it,
That's
3
every
days
year,
later.
right? Every year.
I
They
don't
do
know
it every
about
year.
Ukraine, but one thing is
They've
one
done
of
it
my
every year. I
old-
think. I'm sorry. Smokesteve would say that I think they've done it every year for like 20-something years now. haven't
Yeah,
they?
correct. That's
Wait,
great.
Smokesteve, do you remember my friend LJ?
Yeah.
She is in the army now.
Oh, no kidding.
And she texted me the other day and she was like, I have my phone for 1 minute, but I probably will have to go fight in the Ukraine or whatever army or
What army is she in? Reserves?
she's
Real?
in Georgia right now, like in like trap camp or
In the
whatever.
United
Boot
States,
camp.
Georgia,
Boot camp.
or over in Georgia, closer to the Ukraine, Georgia?
Boot camp.
Hey,
She's in
LBG.
boot camp, but she was like, my lieutenant said that we're gonna have to do something crazy
Oh.
soon.
Georgia, the state. I'm sure.
Right.
Yeah.
That
I think
makes
it's
sense.
Georgia the state, but I don't really have much opinions on Georgia versus Ukraine. I don't know what to think about it.
The Ukraine in general is what
Yeah.
you mean.
Georgia's fighting Ukraine now.
she got a little stumbled up
She
talking about
was
her buddy in the
was-
Georgia,
I've been
and
drinking.
then no. So have we. What are you on tonight?
Alcohol.
What kind? I mean, that hat—that's a weird look. It's like you,
Why? My parents did the same thing.
that works. All right, I like that. Backwards doesn't work because us pharaohs with the big head, when you have too much of that weird strap.
Don't dox yourself, Smokesteve.
Jesus.
Sorry.
Okay, fine. I guess I'll wear it like this.
No, I mean, you're right. I should not have said that. No,
I
but it
probably
looks
shouldn't have
good.
said that.
No, it doesn't.
Idiot.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Whoa, hello.
I have been drinking since this day, and we skied.
Good.
You couldn't see like 4 feet in front of you.
It was foggy.
So foggy.
Can we get a timestamp of this?
3:45:48.
All right, so let me.
That's how long you guys have been talking for.
You're gonna have you had any contact with either Graham
I was just
or
gonna say,
Hayden in months, Smokesteve?
Have I? Probably not.
What about young Alex? Is he still in the picture? Is he still on Twitter?
You know what? I'm not going to
Oh, yeah,
worry
he's
about
still
it.
on.
I'm not going to worry about it.
is young Alex Will?
Will, yes.
Yeah, he's on Twitter. He seems to be having a hard time though.
Is he? Oh, that's what I was gonna ask because he seems like he's always having a hard time.
Yeah, he still seems to be having a hard time. I worry about him based on some of his tweets.
Oh no, I haven't been on the Twitter.
Tricky thing.
I haven't been on the Twitter or the Facebook in months. I post like if there's a family photo or something like that, I post it on the Facebook.
On the Book of Face, yeah.
Yeah. To tell you the truth about young Alex, I think he's good, man. I think he's just kind of playing people when he says stuff like that. I
You
don't
think
know.
so?
In a way.
I mean, I don't really know him, so I just take what he says, assuming he's, it's all up and up. But he just does seem like he's on a bad run.
Yeah,
What-
I hope not. He seems like such a good guy.
Oh, you're breaking up.
What's that,
Smokesteve,
hon?
niece.
What do you think about Kid Rock?
He's
Did he
good.
do something? Did he do something recently? Is he relevant again?
He made a good song
Did he?
called
That would
We
be
the
the first.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Which one?
It's called We the People.
We the people. Wow, sounds like super Republican.
Yeah, it sounds kind of patriot.
Yeah, he's a patriot. I think.
Check it out.
I'm pretty sure he's a patriot.
You and your buddy Ted Nugent like that one there?
Ted.
Smokesteve Niece?
Ted.
Teddy, Uncle Ted, as we call him.
he's cool, right? She probably
Laura,
don't
do
even
you
know
know who we're talking about?
She probably doesn't
Uncle
even
Ted?
know who he is.
Ted Nugent.
Yeah, the Nuge.
The news.
It sounds familiar. That's about how relevant he was. He had one song that I thought sucked, but a lot of people disagree with me and think that he was a great.
Cat Scratch Fever?
Yeah, that was it.
What about he's had a couple. Jesus.
No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't.
All of a sudden, I got choked up. I get a little emotional when we talk about Ted Nugent.
Yeah, I understand. It's
really good music. That guy. Yeah.
Are you a fan of Ted?
No, that was totally unrelated.
So you're on my page then.
I mean, yeah, he's
sucks.
No, I don't think he's that bad of a guy though. Do you actually hate him for him? Or
no, I think I mean, like I said before, I'm not going to judge him on his political beliefs, but I think he's interesting and he seems like a cool guy,
Right.
I mean, if you drop the political stuff, I think he'd be a fun guy to hang out with probably.
That's
for an
what
afternoon.
I mean. Yeah, like you go to his house, he's pulling out the guitar, he's talking some shit, he's having some fun. It doesn't seem. Maybe we'll go shoot some animals. Sorry, Last Dance. He also, okay. I heard he shoots corn and pumpkins occasionally, and he'll eat them as well. So Niece.
Does he follow up, look for corn stains, and then kill them when
does.
Run them down and put them out of their misery?
He'll chase down the corn. Last Dance is a vegan. Smokesteve Niece. So
Okay.
That was my joke. You get it?
Yeah, I follow.
Smokesteve Niece not a vegan. She eats meat with every meal, and
of course she does because she's
even
normal.
for dessert.
Right. Yeah, I heard she texted me earlier. She had meat with cinnamon and sugar, and it was quite a nice dessert. Good meat dessert.
Yeah, elk with it. I love elk. Yeah.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah.
Last Dance covering his ears.
Right.
Last Dance, I actually had a meal that you would. The reason I was so late tonight is because I was preparing a soup. It was a potato soup, which I didn't make it vegan, but you could have easily made that meal vegan friendly.
Well, I'm gonna just guess. Potatoes. There had to be bacon.
There was definitely bacon in there.
Yeah. Well, that's definitely the. I mean,
and there was
Last Dance from the old days. Do you remember potatoes with bacon? Like that is a real nice combination.
Sure, of course.
Yeah.
It also had dairy products in it, which I don't think Last Dance would think is okay. It's cruel when you pull those teats.
Right, it is.
Last Dance, what's the reasoning for the veganism?
I just decided one day to opt out of the entire animal exploitation for food.
I mean, good for you. Every person to themselves, but is it because of like you feel bad for the animals or something?
Yes, I do. That is why.
Okay, gotcha.
As you can see, it's not because of for health reasons.
That's funny. See how that was self-deprecating humor, Laura. You get that, right? You got it. All right. Good.
Yeah.
Nice one, dude.
The soy will still put on the pounds.
Right. And the rum. As I know. And in fact, I'm like, I had 2 rums, and I'm like, shit. There's the bottle. I know I have ice.
You need a third, is what you're thinking.
A third? Rum? That's unheard of. Usually have 2. That's my max. See, Laura, I do.
You got your second wind a little bit because you were about an hour ago. You were fading. I wouldn't have given you another hour, and you proved me wrong once again, Smokesteve.
Yeah, Uncle. When I joined on, you looked like very tired.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? I wasn't the only one.
What's the guy who's fucking known for telling the future? Not Nosferatu. I can't remember it here.
The future, huh?
Are
The
you talking?
famous one who's like ancient.
Yeah,
that guy. Come on, Last Dance.
I know who he's talking about too. But I keep wanting to think of Johnny
Can't bring
Carson.
it up.
Nosferatu. That's what it kind of sounds like. But
No,
come on.
It's not coming to me, but I know who you're talking about.
Oh, it's right there.
I'm just gonna Google predictions and I'm gonna come up with his name because he's always
Yes. That's it. Predictions. He'll do it like 5, 4, 3, 2.
Hold on, I can't type that fast.
Jesus, you're horrible, Ethan. I mean, you look at all the computers you have around yourself. Jesus.
Is that real or is that?
Oh, I keep getting with sports.
That is real. Those are all screens he has. He's
Yeah,
got
it is
all hooked
real.
up.
Are you security monitors?
Nostradamus.
Nostradamus, there it is.
I kept wanting to think of Johnny Carson, the character he would play.
Karnak the Magnificent.
Yeah, it kept fogging my brain. Yeah, look, they're all
Oh,
moving.
wait, my
see?
wife said it. Shit.
Oh, we should just. And so did Gorgeous George.
Well, I mean, you got halfway there with Nosferatu. That should have been enough.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
random
exactly.
viewing, Stephen Wright.
Stephen
Solid
Wright.
answer. Great comedian. Absolutely brilliant.
I couldn't find my dog because I accidentally spilled spot remover on him.
Not bad.
I'm going to get another beer. I'll be right
All
back.
right, enjoy.
Oh, it's good seeing your niece, Smokesteve. She really,
It just reminds me of what a decrepit pile of old geezers we are here.
right.
I mean, she's
A little bit of youth into the show is always
A little
good.
bit. Like,
she's about half my age, more or less. I was somewhere around there. Nice room though for a rental. Looks sharp.
So is that and if you don't answer this, I totally understand. Is that Brother B's daughter?
Yeah, same family.
Okay. Awesome.
It's funny.
Yeah, that does look nice.
I just heard Brother B kind of telling.
Where did he go? I took a 15-minute pee break and he was gone.
He's on the side. He's managing on the side. And
Oh,
he's
he's
right.
he's the producer.
He's producing and directing.
Brother B Scorsese over there, fucking.
Brother B used to come on here every once in a while. I always liked Brother
Yeah,
B.
He was good.
He's fun. He's a great guy.
But
Do
when
you
they-
guys follow him on Twitter?
I do.
I do, but I don't follow Twitter, so I wouldn't know what anybody does.
All right.
He reminds me. We watched the show. I don't know if you guys have seen this before, but on the Animal Planet, there's a show called Northwood's Law, and my favorite, my favorite,
I love Northwood Law.
yes, my favorite police guy on there, or whatever they're called,
Deputy.
he reminds me so
Louie!
much of your brother, Brother B.
It's my boy Louie. Oh, I love Louie. He's the greatest dog. Let me show my favorite dog in the world.
Zoom it in. There we go.
Oh,
good yawn, too.
Louie. He was so cute, man.
Oh, look at that!
Louie. Oh,
What a
baby.
cute dog.
He is super cool.
That looks like a $2,000 dog. It just looks like a expensive dog.
Oh, he's a Frenchie. He's a Frenchie.
I heard recently that they're gonna try to breed out the short nose on bulldogs because of the many health problems they cause.
Sons of bitches.
I mean, that's how they got there. They bred them in. Now they're gonna breed them out.
That is ridiculous.
I think so too. I mean, I think some bulldogs lead a nice, happy, long life.
There's me with that same dog.
Oh, I saw that picture recently.
Yeah.
I think I liked it.
It will stay in a backpack.
Look at how cute he is.
Yeah.
This is the thing with him. He could be tired as heck, but the ears are always pointing up, so he always is like, where's that? What's happening? What's going on? So every time you look at him, he perks you up. He's so fun. You can see him right now. Even though he's like totally dying for bed, he's like, what's up? Where's it happening? Where's the party? Love those dogs. Louis Gaston, he's the man. I've seen a few of them around, but not as. Ooh, what?
I know.
I want to do a run with him in the
I
backpack.
know.
Yeah, I don't know about a run in the backpack. Maybe a hike, a vertical hike, and it'll really activate the quads and really get you going. He's
Uncle,
30.
on Tuckerman's Ravines or Tuckerman Ravines.
You can't hike tucks with fucking Louis on your back.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying in general. Have you ever done it?
Yes.
You think
It's,
but
you could hike up and then hike back down. I wouldn't strap anything slippery on your feet when you're up there. It's a
you don't ski down it?
no, you don't want to do that. It's a very serious place to be skiing or snowboarding.
My other uncle, Jimmy, said that I
Well, I did it myself, and I wouldn't recommend it for anybody. It's a very scary place.
Okay, noted.
But hey, do what you want. Make your own decisions.
All right, cheers.
Cheers, Smokesteve niece.
Cheers. So what she's talking about is a place. It's called Tuckerman Ravine. It's opposite. It's basically on the backside of Mount Washington, which is a really tall mountain in New Hampshire, and there's a famous bunch of hikeable ski runs that you can do to it. That over the years, and in fact, there's a really good book that documents all the people that have died on Tuckerman Ravine, which was about 110 in about 100 years.
Died from what? Falling?
Falling into these like the way that it's hard to explain, but underneath the snow there can be waterfalls, like literally underneath the snowpack.
There could be running water, absolutely.
Correct. So what has happened many times over the years is people will fall through the snowpack, as terrifying as this is, into the fucking waterfall that's behind it. And there's no way to get anybody out of that.
No.
And essentially, you don't even know what happens to them. They just die in some horrible existence.
Churn of water and ice.
Correct.
I know about that. My other uncle told me that like he's trying to plan a ski trip up, or not ski trip, like hike up and ski down and do it.
Yeah, I did it a few times. All the times we did it, we learned through the passage of time. What we did was we hiked up and we carried extra water, and we got to the top. We had our small meal and whatever water we were going to drink.
How long was the hike up?
2.5 to 3.5 hours of pretty arduous. Either you carry the boots you're going down with on your back, or you wear them on your feet. So either way, you're carrying extra weight, or it's a shit show, dude. It's not that easy. But the problem was you have to get rid of most of the liquid that you have on the top, and then ski back down or snowboard back down, and you can't really retain all the
what do you mean by liquid? Like booze or pee?
No, like water to survive. You essentially have to get down the mountain after you get to the top as quickly as possible, because it's hard to snowboard or ski with a ton of water sloshing around on your back if it's very technical. So you have your food and your
You're
drink.
talking like beers or something like that.
No beers. Okay?
That's
Beers
asking
and
for
whiskey
trouble.
is when you get back to the cabin the next day after you're done, then you can get shit-faced. There is no alcohol on the mountain at that place. That very serious mountaineering aspect there. And let's go ahead and add in our buddy LDG of Geeks. What's up, man?
Oh,
Gee.
Yo, what's going on, guys?
Oh,
How you doing?
T-Pain.
That background.
Skiers, got some skiers going. What's going on?
Not much.
That's just so like a video game of skiing or something.
Just people skiing.
Where?
Real
With a
life,
GoPro.
real life people skiing.
Where?
Here, 1 second. Here we go.
Grab a couple beers.
He has the camera on his head.
Oh, he's hitting the box.
He's the one skiing. Yeah.
What is going on?
LDG
that's my
brings a
scene.
lot of high-tech software to.
I like to have fun. So what's going on, guys? What's been happening?
Oh,
We
we're
started
just
4 hours ago. So
yeah.
How long do you guys usually go for?
This is close to the. I mean, I think maybe he's made it close to 5 hours, or maybe over 5 hours once. But usually 4 hours is he's doing good if he makes it past 4 hours.
Wow, Mr.
4 hours.
Judge,
That's like my intro.
Nathan look judgy Judgerson. over
No,
there.
I like.
He makes it far out.
I like stats and figures and times and
Stats and figures, my nuts, kid. No, I'm just busting jobs. You know that. Yeah, LDG over here. He'll run for 48.
Well, I think he's been going for like 3 months now.
It's solid.
Oh, he must have. The internet took him somewhere else right now.
Oh, there we go. Might help if I unmute myself. Way too many mute buttons, guys. Sorry.
How long's it been? Three months now? LDG?
Since I came back.
No, since you've been live for almost
Yeah.
24 hours a day.
Yeah, well, I've kind of cut down now, so
have you?
It's mainly like a 8 to 8 kind of thing.
You're weaning yourself off.
12 hours. Well, it's just easier to focus on other stuff. I mean, it's a lot for me to just stream for 12 hours and still have things I have to do and stream at the same time.
Right.
So, I'm sorry. What?
Do you get paid for streaming 24 hours a day?
No, dear God, no.
Oh, okay.
It'd be great if you did.
Maybe one day. Maybe one day. But yeah, no.
What, Laura?
Why do I do it?
Yeah.
Because I'm actually advertising hashtag free the net and build the world's first actual true 100% freedom of speech platform.
Oh, that's dope. I like it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's very solid.
So wait, so what's like the platform? Is it like a website? Is it like a social media thing?
It's actually basically it's going to be the next operating system. But to start, it's going to come out as a like a browser. You're going to have a Prometheus browser. You'll have a Prometheus instant messaging program, or basically just little programs here and there that in the end will all combine into one operating system and give you full control over your device.
Full control over your device? Like, what does that mean?
Like your cell phone right now is basically you're a slave. You know what I mean? All your information is bleeding out. People are making billions of dollars. You're being censored. You can't say this. You can't do this. You can't do that.
Yeah.
You know?
I get that. I'm kind of confused.
How do you what?
I said I'm kind of confused. I'm interested, but I don't get it.
Okay.
You'd have to watch. You're welcome to watch. I preach about it on my own channel. I definitely wouldn't want to make a platform of it here. You guys are hanging out, but I go into it in depth on my channel, quote unquote my channel. It's not actually my channel. YouTube owns it. I just live there.
Yeah, it's super censored.
Oh yeah.
YouTube is super censored. Yes. It's a good
They
point.
took down like that. Guys, They had like a interview with Donald Trump, and it got taken down within 24 hours after having like 5 million views on it.
Yep. Wouldn't surprise me.
Whose channel was it?
It was on like the Nelk Boys.
Nelk?
Yeah.
Aphid, you know about those guys?
No,
Research it, Aphid, go.
I don't know about. Does that start with a K or just an N?
I don't know. I'm not comfortable saying it because maybe if it starts with an N, then I just don't want to go there. You know what I'm saying?
Cool. They're cool, but like it's crazy that just because Donald Trump was like on their YouTube channel, he didn't say anything crazy at all, but like it got removed within 24 hours, and it had 5 million views.
Laura, Trumper? No? Yeah?
My mom is in the other room. I don't want her to hear me, but like.
You think he's awesome?
No, but yeah, but.
Wow, no kidding, huh?
No.
All right.
I know she's your niece, but you're gonna have to kick her out.
I think he was trouble.
I respect him, but I don't like him. But
I mean, you do agree that he was only concerned about you,
yeah,
right?
You can't like anyone.
Aphid, you're fired. I mean, come on. That says everything. I mean, the guy came from reality TV. I mean,
Joe Biden.
I heard a guy say, and he was a conservative radio pundit I used to like. His name's Jerry Callahan. Great follow on Twitter, Jerry Callahan. Anyways, he said, it will never not be surreal that this guy made it to the office of president. And he was right. I mean, I could never fucking believe it. Like, it almost now, after the fact that he's gone, I still am like, did it really happen? It's fucking
you're
crazy.
absolutely right. Surreal is the right word. And it is, even after the fact, it's still sort of hard to believe.
Yeah, it's like a section of time. Go ahead, honey. Go ahead.
It's crazy. Like, Joe Biden, are you kidding me?
Oh, Joe Biden.
He's literally brain dead.
He's old.
That's a little harsh, I think.
He can't speak.
I mean, he's got at least 30-40% of his cognizant ability.
Yeah.
Still
Okay, 30% for a president, that's bad.
I gotta say, it's as bad as that is. This White House is less chaotic than the one before it.
That is true.
Okay, fair.
Now, chaos isn't necessarily the be all and end all of what a presidency should not be, but it does seem that things are more stable.
Yeah, I feel safer when I go to sleep at night with his 30 or 40%.
Who's your favorite president? Smokesteve niece.
I feel pressured because I know that people are watching.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame.
My vote's for Carter.
Carter. He wasn't that bad. He was pretty much statistically. I studied this because I'm a nerd, and I based it off of jobs and the growth of the nation and all kinds of different things. And statistically, he's right about in the center. As probably I'd have to look at my charts, but I think he was as close to the center as I looked at stock market growth. I looked at
his biggest problem was that he used in campaigning against Ford. He used this stagflation measure, and when 4 years later, it was actually somewhat worse than it was when he was campaigning against Ford. So it was used against him.
On my chart, and I didn't go into it biased in any way on what I chose, But my chart, Ronald Reagan was the only Republican that was on the good side of 50%.
I don't know.
Unfortunately. But when you look back, and this is through the industrial age because they didn't keep tallies on stuff, before like World War II. But if you think back on history, there really hasn't been too many outstanding Republican presidents, unfortunately.
You mean in terms of economic numbers?
Economic numbers, job growth. And you can argue that the Republicans,
Even the road. They smoothed it out.
Improved some things that Democrats took advantage of, or because it's pretty much been a back and forth throughout the industrial age. So, higher taxes, and, you can make a lot of arguments. But statistically, it looks a lot better for Democrats.
I mean, I don't... That might be true, but I never believe that the economic events that happened during the presidency are somehow controlled by the president. It's not like he has a lever to,
Trump was looking awful good until COVID, so...
Right.
And then it really put his numbers... It put a hurting on his overall standing, for sure.
How COVID on the president? It was like a worldwide pandemic.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, there's just unfortunate events that happen throughout time that like world, like Ukraine. It's not the president's fault.
Yeah.
But it's
but how can you put it on Trump? You can't, right?
Well,
I'm not, but statistics don't know.
Statistics don't care.
Yeah.
We could blame it on Wu. I hate the new mayor or whatever you call it of Boston.
Whoa.
Shame on Wu.
Right.
That's got a nice ring to it.
Yep.
Solid, Laura. Solid.
I'll bet she won by 80% of the vote, though.
But she sucked.
With that said, Last Dance, I'm curious though. Besides Reagan, who would you have called outstanding representative of the Republican Party as president?
Oh, God,
I mean, it's
I
tough.
kind of liked. I liked Eisenhower was reasonably intelligent and. There's always Lincoln.
I'm talking about the industrial age, unfortunately.
Lincoln.
It's a tough. I know it hurts. It's a tough one.
I mean, there are no presidents that don't have tremendous faults. So, and then with that, I then say Nixon.
If I remember correctly, statistically, Clinton and Reagan were far above everyone else.
I can believe that.
And Kennedy, in his short run, was pretty good himself.
Kennedy was all right.
And Obama, what started it was showing a growth of, I think it was jobs under Obama, but it had listed all the things, and Obama was in office a shorter period of time. This is a live leak video I made. And
Obama was a disaster.
It was a little bitty. Actually, statistically, at the end of his term, he wasn't so bad.
Huh.
Statistically.
Huh.
If you want to go by, if you want to think like a computer, he was not horrible to our overall well-being.
Yeah, he did his best, I guess.
But at the beginning, what people didn't understand is when you have stuff in basically a free fall that's going downhill, somebody takes over when it's when that line is going straight down. And no matter how good they are, it's not going to just, if they're good, it's going to start moving in a not so free fall way, but it's still going to be going downhill.
But
they took advantage of those statistics at the very beginning.
You sound like a Obama
Apologist?
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
no. There's plenty of disagreements that I have with the Obama administration.
I don't
Mainly
think
mainly the whole healthcare system, because I don't think we were financially in a place that was a good decision.
no kidding, huh?
I mean, I think that we should have, and kind of like Afghanistan, at some point, we're going to need something like that. And maybe it'll pan out in the end, but it's like right now, I don't agree with that. I mean, like I told you guys before, I'm paying almost $2,000 a month. It's a huge financial burden on me and my family.
$2,000.
Yeah. And if I change to the Obamacare, which I can't, I looked into it because Cypher told me that I should look into it, which I did, but they only have it open for short periods of time. So right now I can't. So I'm stuck. And if I change my policy, either I drop almost everything that I have for me and my wife just because my son has pre-existing conditions. And I just can only hope that at some point there's an opening for this Obamacare thing in the future. And I can look at it, and even then the costs, I got to outweigh the costs that he's going to endure with my, what do you call them? Where you got to pay out at the beginning before the deductible is going to be so high. I still got to make that decision if it's going to be cost worthy. But right now it's seriously, it's tough. It's an honest struggle.
If you're paying $24,000 a year for health care, you might consider a high deductible health plan. You might.
I can't do that right now.
Yeah, I know you can't do it now, but if you get a chance,
even without Obamacare, I can't do it. I can't change my health care at all. I'm stuck right now, and it sucks. It really sucks. And I understand that, in the end right now, even though for the rest of my life I've been paying way more than I was taking out. Right now I'm taking out more than I'm paying. But, it's just an unfortunate circumstance that you get into, and there's not much I can do about it.
Right. That sucks, man. What, Laura?
What's the guy's name that was just talking?
Aphid lip.
What don't you understand?
Sorry about that.
Aphid lip.
If you have a hard time with my name, you're 99.9% equal to everybody else that's encountered it.
I just wanted to say sorry about that.
Oh, thank you, Smokesteve niece. The problems have just melted away. I'll be able to sleep much easier tonight.
Would you guys want to anything else?
Huh?
Maybe like would you rather spend 10 years in prison or 5 years in a coma?
So this is like
5 years. 5 years in a coma. If you wake up and you don't realize you wasted 5 years.
This is like have sex, death, kill thing like from the old days.
the Graham, like Graham used to.
Yeah.
I'd have to go 10 years in prison.
Really? I think I might go 5 years in coma.
What was the question?
Matter? Am I in the coma in a prison?
10 years in prison or 5 years in a coma?
What? You broke up again.
10 years in prison or 5 years in a coma?
5 years coma.
Yeah, I'll take the 5.
I would do 10 years in a prison.
Awake the whole time, fighting for your life rather than passed out and not really know. But the problem is when you come out of a coma, you are destroyed. Your body is very
atrophied.
Your brain is it almost needs to be retrained to do everything.
Yeah, but those 5 years training back to be your normal self would be better than those 5 years you're going to spend in prison.
For me, it's a question of before I do it, which am I more fearful of? And I would be more fearful of being in a coma for 5 years than I would be being in prison for 10 years, because I'd be alert for all those 10 years. It would be hard 10 years, but ahead of the time.
Depends what you're going in for.
That's true.
Yeah, is this for any kitty offenses because I know those guys don't have it as easy.
I guess it does depend, right?
Yeah.
That coma might be
Strap a
looking
couple
better and better.
tens units on me while I'm in a coma. Keep the muscles going.
Yeah, if you wake
know?
up from don't people that wake up from a coma, they're like, what? 5 years have went by? You know. So if it's just like going to sleep at night and wake up the next day and 5 years.
Here's how
have
they
passed.
wake up.
New York City or LA?
What are LA?
New York City, like Manhattan or LA?
Oh, that is a tough one.
Manhattan.
I'd have to go with LA.
I think so too. I think I would go LA. I've been to both.
Or to Houston, New York.
I mean, I love Manhattan, but I'm sick of cold weather, so I'd go with LA.
Right.
I love the cold weather.
Although there seems to be I don't know. It seems like the people in LA are not in tune with reality. Where in New York, it seems like everybody has a brutal sense of 100% of reality.
I think that's probably pretty true.
Uncle,
Yes.
what's
You
your
didn't-
answer?
Warm weather all day long. That's my answer. So
Interesting.
Cali.
I mean, LA is a noisy, crowded, filthy city, just like New York City, but it has some beautiful beaches. And,
Yeah, do you think it's this? Well, I've actually never been to downtown LA, but I've been in LA surrounding area, and it didn't seem nearly as dirty as New York.
Well, I mean, if you're talking Orange County, okay.
Well, yeah, I am.
That's
actually.
pretty nice.
Yeah.
We're talking about the city.
Yeah.
And it's a city like any other city.
Right.
Plenty of crime and bad areas, but LA has beaches that New York City doesn't.
Well, I don't know, man. Have you been to the? Well, surely you have. You live
I have,
close
yes.
there. Yeah. My friend lives in what is it called? Long Beach, I believe it's called.
Yeah. That's a tough city.
Really? It didn't seem that bad. He lives on actual Long Beach, and it's like up Long Island from, well, you know where it is, but it's up Long Island from what's the big where the big Ferris wheel and all that stuff is, Coney Island. So it's up, I don't know, 20.
I thought you were talking about Long Beach, California.
No, I'm talking about Long Beach, New York, which is
okay. I've never been there.
Okay, it's up from Coney Island. It's up about 10 miles or so up towards the end of, going up Long Island.
Oh, okay.
And you are there, and you would never guess that you're, that close to New York City. Like once you get over the dune and you're down, well, even where he lives on, it's like it's basically a, I don't know what you call it, not an island, but it's a skinny area that goes along the coast, that's separated by a bay.
Yeah.
And it kind of like reminds you of like Amityville or something in Jaws.
Yeah.
But
I'm
it's
not saying that the beaches
beautiful.
aren't nice.
It's beautiful.
I'm just saying I like Pacific Ocean beaches more
I see.
than I like
I
Atlantic
see.
Ocean beaches.
I see what you're saying.
Especially Southern California beaches.
Who's this we're hearing?
Well, I'm sorry, Mrs. Lip is correcting me. It's a barrier island. She was
Long
correct.
Beaches?
Long Beach, yeah. It's a barrier island. But yeah, you're there and you're like, well, it reminds me a lot of like North Carolina, South Carolina, that type of a beach. But you're right. I do agree with you that the other side of the United States is but when you get up north of LA, it's cold too, Okay, I guess New York was pretty cold too.
Yeah,
Montana or Colorado?
Oh, they're both beautiful. Tough choice.
Yeah, for somebody coming, I live in St. Louis, so for me, they both seem too similar to choose.
I've seen more of Colorado, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Me too.
Especially, the Rocky Mountains and so forth. I've been in a little bit of Montana, up the part that's near Yellowstone Park, which is just a little tiny corner of it, but absolutely gorgeous and beautiful. So
is Yellowstone in Montana?
A little tiny bit of it.
I was gonna say because I've been I've been through. Yeah, okay. I've been through a lot of Yellowstone.
Yeah.
So maybe I have been to Montana.
You'll of course have to double check me because fact check after we're done.
Yeah.
Yellowstone is amazing, though.
Mushroom LSD.
Which was the first choice?
Mushrooms or acid.
Oh, mushrooms for sure for me.
Never touched either one. So I have no comment.
I did LSD one time, and I won't do it ever again. I would, if in the right conditions, I would, even though it's been many, many years, I would do mushrooms again.
Based on descriptions I've seen, LSD sounds fairly interesting, but I would have to be a young man. I'd only do it in a hospital parking lot, basically.
that close for anything to go wrong. You had a backup plan, escape route. Yeah, it was for me it was a horrible experience. Not a horrible experience. But I was with friends.
What in particular was?
I wanted to go to sleep and I couldn't go to sleep.
LSD.
So it was similar experience.
It was on LSD.
Yes, it was a similar experience with mushrooms because of the whole physical experience of it. But I couldn't go to sleep and I was ready for it to be over with. Where with mushrooms, I feel like I could go to sleep easier, and it wasn't that freak out panicky sense that I had when I did LSD.
So you were done with the trip, but you couldn't make it in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like either, to be honest with you, because I don't like the sense, and that's why I don't really smoke a whole lot anymore. I just don't like. I like to be in control of my well-being.
Huh.
You want to be able to get off the merry-go-round when you're ready.
Right. That's why when I drink too much, it's a long time before I drink too much again because I don't like that experience.
Yeah. Guess so, huh? Don't smoke, huh?
I do, but usually only show prep. Anymore, in the past. Well, I'll be honest with you. It's been, it was the sativa I don't have as much of a problem with, but the indica, it seems like it almost depresses me or makes me a little more paranoid.
Oh, no kidding, huh?
Yeah, a little bit. And I heard friends say that, and I was like, "Are you kidding me?" Because I pretty much partook almost every night for years, But in the past 2 or 3 years, it's gotten worse and worse and worse. And since I tried sativa, I was like, it pretty much erases all that. But I just don't have a need, and I'm not judging you or anything, but I just don't see a reason. Because it gets to a point where you're bummed out especially before I had a kid. If you went to an amusement park or a zoo or an art museum, you'd be bummed out if you didn't get high before you went. And then that kind of wore on me later on in life. I was like, well, do I need to enjoy something? Can I not enjoy it on my own, cognizant? Do I have to have something else?
I don't go to art museums and stuff.
Well,
for me,
that solves that problem. Right.
He solved it. So you had a different solution. Steve had his.
Yeah.
Later, guys.
All right. Later.
Take care.
Nice talking to you.
Oh, shoot. There's no reason to stick around anymore. That was the draw that we were still here.
It was the only thing keeping me alive.
It was good seeing your niece, Smokesteve.
Yep.
She seems like a really good kid.
She is. She's great. I love her.
Oh man, is anybody still in the chat? I haven't been watching.
Smokesteve's wife is still there. She's she's enjoying.
She's waiting for Smokesteve.
She likes Fungus Among Us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could go upstairs. I mean,
I think I might have brought this up before, but me and Mrs. Lip the last time we did shrooms, we had a very bad experience.
Gorgeous George.
And we were stuck camping, and it was in a small tent, and I couldn't get Mrs. Lip out of the tent, and it was it was a horrible experience. So that soured.
What do you mean you couldn't get her out of the tent?
Well, we used to always, because we've done them several times, not a ton, but several times, and we would always do them with these Kudos granola bars, and they were the M&M. I think it was the M&M variety. And we did those away from the campground, and we came back just because it was getting later. We were like hiking in the trails and stuff and having a good time. And we came back to the campsite and got in there. I don't know if it was I think it was getting dark and we were going to start a fire and everything. But there was like people on real close to us. It was a typical campground. And when we got inside the pup tent, she couldn't get herself back out because the people on both sides of us had kids out and stuff, and we were ashamed. You know, it was just,
Wow.
it was like a 2-person tent, so it was like a really small environment. When you're in a situation like that, you know, it just kind of the world starts crashing down on you, and you're like trying to figure out an escape route, and there was none. We couldn't drive away and leave, so it just went bad. From bad to worse.
And?
Huh? Well, eventually, after hours and hours and hours, the people next to us went to sleep because it was 11, 12 o'clock at night. And we attempted and finally got a campfire going, and it smoothed out a little bit. But I wasn't really having the problem. But when you're in that situation and you're trying to take care of somebody and you're not in the best, you know, physical shape yourself, you know, it just, things start spiraling out of control quick. So it soured it, and we haven't done it since.
All right, hey guys, it's 10:30 over here. I'm gonna hit the shack
All right,
a little
LTG.
early.
All right.
Thanks for streaming again, guys. It's always a pleasure, and
See you, buddy.
be a stranger.
Take care.
Take care. Be good, people.
Bye.
Later, dude.
Yeah, I think we're all to that point.
Yep.
Yeah, I might head on over to the old Key West.
Oh, check out your stream.
Oh, Willie T's.
Yeah. Anyone else?
Put that link in there because I might go upstairs and because it's getting late.
I'll go over there for a minute or two, see if.
I don't know if I could put it in here.
Well, you could put it in the private chat or on the Discord.
Can I?
Or you could just go into YouTube.
Do I need to? Yeah, just tell me what to search.
Willie T's.
Okay.
With one letter T, not T E.
Okay,
just
that's
T.
fine.
Willie T's.
If I can't
Bar and
find it, I'll reach out to one of you two fellas.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. Take care, guys. Always good to see you.
Later,
Hey,
dudes.
thanks. Thank you,
Bye.
Smokesteve.
No
See
problem.
you later.
See ya. Hey, look at that. Smokesteve's International Pub coming to an end. Normally, I don't do this. But tonight, I am. Good night, everybody.